All right, Senator French, you should be all set.
Okay, very good. 9:02, and I'd like to welcome everyone today. I am Senator Harold French from District 7. Today, we will be holding a meeting, a very busy meeting of the Senate Commerce Committee. Before we get started, I'll read through a checklist to ensure that the meeting that we are holding is in compliance with the right to know law. As chair of the Commerce Committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic and in accordance with the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04 and its extensions, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. Please note that there is no physical location to observe and listen contemporaneously with this meeting, which was authorized pursuant to the governor's emergency order. In accordance with emergency order, I am confirming that we're providing public access to the meeting by telephone, with additional access possible by video and other electronic means. We are utilizing Zoom for this electronic meeting. All members of the committee and selected legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously in this meeting through this platform. And the public has access to contemporaneously watch and or listen to the meeting on Zoom or YouTube and via phone by following the directions and links provided on the General Court website. We have provided public notice of the necessary information for accessing the meeting in the Senate calendar. We are providing a mechanism for the public to alert the public body during the meeting if there are problems with access. If anyone has a problem, please email remotesenate@leg.state.newhampshire.us or call 603-271-6931. Once again, that's 603-271-6931. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting, it will be adjourned and rescheduled. Please note that all votes taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Finally, let's start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states their presence, please also state where they are and if anyone else is in the room with you during the meeting, which is required under the right to know law. So we'll start with the roll call. Senator Bradley?
Yes, I am here. Good morning, everyone, in Karen's home and alone in the room.
Senator Susie?
This is Donna Susie. I am at my home in Manchester and I am alone.
Senator Gannon?
Senator Bill Gannon in Sandown on beautiful Phillips Pond, prettiest place in the state. And I am with 4 of my kids, 2 college kids Zoom in, high school and a junior high, and I don't think they'll be coming in the room.
And Senator Kavanaugh?
Oh, Kevin Kavanaugh, my home in Manchester. I'm alone in the room, but my family is out and about.
And I'm Senator French. I'm in my home in Canterbury, and I am all alone. So we'll get started today. We have 3 bills we'll be hearing, and we have some testimony on some of these. So we'll start off. I'll open Senate Bill 68 and ask for the sponsor to introduce it.
Senator Hennessy. Yep, there you go.
Thank you. Good morning, Chairman French and honorable members of the committee. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Excellent. I'm Senator Erin Hennessy from District 1 in the North Country. This morning, I'm here to introduce SB 68. This bill is a duplicate of SB 759 as it passed the Senate in March of 2020. Senator Bradley was the sponsor at that point. Unfortunately, although it passed unanimously in the Senate, it got caught up in the House and died on the table without having a hearing. SB 68 requires an employer to provide reasonable accommodations for an employee's pregnancy or childbirth. It allows women to ask for an accommodation without fear of losing their job or being forced into a lower wage job. Reasonable accommodations help with healthy pregnancies for both the mother and child, job retention, and also help bolster New Hampshire's economy. While most employers already provide accommodations for pregnant women, having these protections in statute gives younger workers one more reason to stay in New Hampshire or move to New Hampshire and start their families in the Granite State. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Okay, the next person on my list is Representative Brody DeShays. Brody, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can everyone hear me?
Yep.
Okay. First, I want to thank the chair, Senator French, and the entire committee for letting me speak today. I'm Representative Brody DeShays from Wolfboro, New Hampshire. I'm testifying in support of this legislation, not only because this bill supports women in the workplace, makes them more productive and comfortable, and helps increase female participation in the workforce, which has dropped significantly during the COVID-19 pandemic, but because this bill is a pro-life piece of legislation. Supporting mothers with children in the womb and helping them stay comfortable in the workplace is something we should all seek to provide in the state of New Hampshire. Being pro-life is more than just being against procedures that end life. It is also about supporting life in any way we can, whether that life is in the womb or outside the womb. We should strive to support all life until natural death, and supporting mothers is a very bipartisan way to show that we value life here in the Granite State. Again, thank you for letting me speak, and I hope this legislation will be supported by the committee and the Senate.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Representative Timothy Horrigan. However, I'm not seeing Representative Horrigan on the list. If you're on the phone, Representative, press *9 to raise your hand. Okay, I am not seeing anything there. So the next person on my list is Ani Malachi, who I see right there. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Senator French and other committee members. Can you all hear me okay?
We can.
Great. Good morning. I am Ani Malachi. I am the Executive Director of the Human Rights Commission. As such, the commission is responsible for enforcing New Hampshire's state laws against discrimination, and pregnancy is included in that practice as well. Historically, pregnancy has been covered under the ADA, or the Americans with Disabilities Act. And so we have taken cases where someone has suffered discrimination due to pregnancy or post-pregnancy, if they're nursing mothers, et cetera, those things are covered as well. I'm not here today to speak for or against this legislation. I am here certainly to give any information or to answer any questions relative to 354-A, which is the statute where this new legislation would squarely rest the clear-cut information regarding pregnancy discrimination. On a technicality, what this legislation does is it makes it very clear without having to sift through what the pregnancy protections are. So it is, it clarifies things, in attorneys as well as business owners, as well as employees, or the female employees do relish the opportunity to have things put very clearly and very succinctly. And that is all I have for you today, but I will be present for the remainder of the conversation in case there are any questions relative to 354-A. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee?
Senator Bradley has his hand raised.
Senator Bradley?
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Ms. Malachi. So as I recall, when I introduced Senate Bill 759 last year, you participated in the drafting of it through an amendment, as I recall. I just wanted to confirm that if possible.
Yes, that is correct, Senator Bradley.
Great. Thank you again, and appreciate your help.
Thank you.
Any others? Thank you very much for your testimony today. Cameron?
Okay, the next and final person on my list is Megan Racklin. Megan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Great. Well, thank you to the committee for the opportunity to testify. My name is Megan Racklin, and I'm a staff attorney at A Better Balance. A Better Balance is a nonprofit legal organization that advocates for workers across the economic spectrum so they can care for themselves and their families without sacrificing their financial security. A Better Balance is a recognized national leading expert on the issue of discrimination against pregnant women in need of reasonable accommodations. We've assisted municipal, state, and federal lawmakers in drafting related pregnancy accommodation legislation. Today, 30 states and 5 cities, including Tennessee, South Carolina, and Kentucky, Maine, Vermont, and Massachusetts, have stronger protections for pregnant workers in need of accommodations. Through our free legal helpline, we also know firsthand that a failure to accommodate often results in devastating economic and health consequences for working women and their families. While we appreciate Senator Hennessy's commitment to fair treatment of pregnant workers and her introduction of SB 68, which would require employers to provide reasonable accommodations for pregnant workers in certain circumstances, we are concerned that this bill, as written, may not be able to achieve its stated purpose and could put New Hampshire out of step with and behind the clear trend in many states, including Tennessee, Kentucky, and South Carolina. Our main concern is that SB 68, as written, could be read to limit employers' obligations to provide reasonable accommodations, to periods of temporary physical disability resulting from pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. If it is read as limiting its application to workers with disabilities, SB 68 will leave behind those workers who have pregnancy-related complications that do not meet the legal definition of disability, and will also fail to provide any recourse for pregnant workers who need modest accommodations, such as a stool to sit on or the ability to carry a bottle of water with them on a retail floor, which are aimed at keeping themselves and their pregnancies healthy by preventing pregnancy-related disabilities from developing. In order for this bill to effectively fulfill its purpose of ensuring that pregnant people remain healthy and working, we believe 2 critical amendments must be made. First, removal of the language that could be read as limiting employers' obligation to provide reasonable accommodations to a pregnant worker's period of temporary physical disability, and replacement of that language with language that makes clear that accommodations are available for pregnant employees with known limitations related to pregnancy, childbirth, or a related medical condition absent undue hardship. Second, we believe there's a need for an amendment that would insert a new definition of reasonable accommodation into the bill in order to make it clear that a pregnant worker need not have a disability in order to receive accommodations. Just last year, Tennessee passed a pregnancy accommodations bill that creates a right to reasonable accommodations for known limitations related to pregnancy or for medical needs related to pregnancy, and it passed with unanimous support. The year prior, Kentucky passed a bill that creates a right to reasonable accommodations for any employee with limitations related to pregnancy, childbirth, or a related medical condition, with overwhelming bipartisan support and support from a prominent chamber of commerce. And in 2018, South Carolina passed a similar bill that business groups in the state touted as particularly helpful for small businesses because of the clarity that that standard provides. None of these laws limit the provision of reasonable accommodations to pregnancy-related disabilities. I've submitted written testimony that is far more extensive and have included an appendix with that written testimony that outlines our simple but crucial recommended amendments. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Seeing none,
Senator Bradley has his hand raised.
Senator Bradley?
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Racklin, could you go over, please, the exact change in language that you're requesting?
Certainly. So our recommendations would be, first, that after the phrase, an employer shall provide reasonable accommodations, we would suggest inserting the language for the known limitations related to pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. And we would suggest adding a section C that reads, for the purposes of this subsection, the term reasonable accommodation means any change or modification in the work environment or the normal course of business for an individual with known limitations related to pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions. And as I said, that's outlined in the appendix to my written testimony.
And if I might, Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
it would appear to me that your concern is with the phrase temporary physical disability as opposed to something that is more permanent. Am I misunderstanding that?
Our concern isn't with something that would necessarily be more permanent. Accommodations for known limitations related to pregnancy, childbirth, or related medical conditions are generally speaking limited in time, since pregnancy and recovery from childbirth are limited in time. Our concern is with the use of the term disability, because we believe that requiring that a pregnant worker have a pregnancy-related disability in order to receive accommodations creates two distinct but related problems. First, as we've seen under the Americans with Disabilities Act, many pregnancy-related conditions are not considered to be disabilities. And so many pregnant workers with limitations related to pregnancy are not able to access accommodations under a disability standard. For instance, there have been cases under a disability standard where women who have severe bleeding from pregnancy are not considered to have a pregnancy-related disability, or pregnant women who have hyperemesis scaravartum or pregnancy-related nausea who are not able to access accommodations for those conditions because it's not considered to meet the legal standard for a disability. At the same time, requiring that a worker have a pregnancy-related disability in order to access accommodations prevents employees who need accommodations in order to prevent a pregnancy-related disability from developing, from accessing accommodations. So for instance, if a pregnant worker needs to carry a water bottle with them on a retail floor, if they're a retail worker, in order to ensure that they stay hydrated and healthy during their pregnancy, and so that no pregnancy-related complications develop, that's someone who doesn't have a pregnancy-related disability, but still needs an accommodation. And with a disability standard, that's not something that they would have a right to access.
Okay. And third question, Mr. Chair, and this is to Cam or to Aaron. Do we have the suggested language from Ms. Racklin?
I have taken notes on it, and I do have her testimony as well.
Okay. All right.
Anything else? No, thank you very much.
Let me ask another question, Ms. Racklin.
Mhm.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So with the language that you suggest, Ms. Racklin, would someone who is pregnant still be able to take a temporary leave from work, or would that be precluded?
Our language wouldn't necessarily preclude that, but like we're not suggesting removal of that language at all. But it would certainly be the case that someone who can be accommodated on the job, who doesn't need leave, would not be required to take leave.
Right, but there would be nothing in your language that prevent somebody from taking leave if that's what they chose to do.
There's nothing in the language that we would suggest that would prevent them from taking leave, no.
Okay, all right. So, Mr. Chair, maybe if Aaron can circulate that language to all of us electronically.
Great. Would you do that, Aaron? Thank you.
Yes.
You all set?
Yes,
Senator?
thank you. Yeah, thank you. Sorry.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thank you, Ms. Racklin.
Thank you.
Cameron, anyone else?
I have no one else signed up to speak, although there is a hand raised. Ms. Malachi would like to speak for a second time.
Sure.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Senator French, for recognizing me. In deference to Attorney Racklin's testimony, I think there's a little bit of a misunderstanding. Pregnancy is considered a disability. We can agree or disagree with how that operates under the ADA. However, pregnancy itself and all related conditions is considered a disability. So under the ADA, relative to disabilities, the individual in this case, the pregnant mother or post birth, is partly responsible to engage in the interactive process with management at their company, whether it be a floor level manager, whether it be HR, whatever the policies and procedures are of that company. So there isn't a huge hill to climb in terms of meeting the physical disability level that the attorney is speaking of. We take pregnancy cases, and if the pregnant woman has entered into the interactive process, using the water bottle as an example, that it was something that was needed, if it was something recommended by the doctor, or a part of whatever the therapy is or the needs of that individual, they are responsible to let someone know at the office that this is something that they need. If that interactive process is not entered into, then we have a difficulty. So with pregnancy being considered a disability, any and all things related to that are covered. So I don't want to overstate that, but I also don't want to diminish that the protections are already there. And if the pregnant woman does not enter into a conversation with someone to let them know, to tell them what their needs are, and if there's a no water bottle policy on the floor, then there could be repercussions. But if that conversation is had, then the expectation should be that the woman can take that bottle on the floor, for example, or use whatever time is allotted in terms of days off or whatever accommodations are necessary. If that is not taken care of, then that woman has a right to move forward with a discrimination charge. Thank you very much. And I'll entertain any questions if there are any.
Great, thank you. Any questions? Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Attorney Malachi, I just want to understand, wouldn't it make sense, given that, particularly in the case of pregnancy, it's a limited term disability, wouldn't it make sense to have clarifying language as to a condition that may not reach the level of disability, but help to improve the health conditions so that the more significant disability isn't experienced during the pregnancy?
And thank you very much for your question, Senator Susie. I appreciate the promotion, and my running joke in my office is I'm the non-attorney paid spokesperson. But I appreciate that. I'm sure Attorney Racklin may not, with all the money that she had to spend for her eloquent education. So I will not take that away from her. But if I understand your question, what you're asking is if the language that we have right now references a temporary disability, which as we've all stated, and we agree that pregnancy is a specific amount of time. Is your question, is it better to clarify it more? I'm not sure that I understand the question.
So my question is, wouldn't we want to incorporate the language to better clarify period of temporary physical disability as described by Attorney Raskin?
To be honest, I haven't looked at it, and I would need to look at that. I mean, I'm listening in real time as you all are. I would need to look at that to see, does it further define it, which is helpful, or does it create a separate level or a separate area of a protected class that isn't necessarily needed? I'm not sure. I would absolutely have to look at that and confer to make sure.
Okay.
Would you do that for us?
Yes, I will.
Great, thank you. Aaron, if you can send it to her.
Senator Bradley had his hand raised.
Yeah,
Senator.
I think that Senator Susie's question, pretty much answered my question, which was going to be, is this language necessary? But I think we should have Ms. Malachi, look at it with Attorney Racklin. I think everybody knows what the intent is here, so.
Thank you. Any other questions? Cameron, was there anyone else wishing to speak?
Megan Racklin has raised her hand to speak for a second time.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes, it is wonderful that the commission is interpreting existing protections for employees with disabilities expansively enough to cover many pregnant workers. We do remain concerned that courts are unlikely to take the same interpretation. Courts have consistently said that pregnancy itself is not a disability under the Americans with Disabilities Act. There certainly are some pregnancy-related conditions that may and that have, in many cases, risen to the level of disabilities, but many are just not being treated that way by courts. There is, for instance, a New Hampshire District Court opinion that noted that, to quote the court, pregnancy is not an actionable disability unless it is accompanied by a pregnancy-related complication. So, as I said, that's a case from the Federal District Court of New Hampshire interpreting the Americans with Disabilities Act, and I do think that speaks to the problem that arises here when a disability standard is required. There's just a lot of pregnant workers that leaves out. And again, it's wonderful if the commission is not leaving those workers out, but there is a real risk with language that requires a disability standard that many pregnant workers will not be able to access those protections.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Senator French, there is another hand raised from Kate Frederick.
Go ahead.
All right, Kate, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, thank you, committee members, for hearing me. I would be happy to work with Attorney Racklin and Director Malachi. I founded the New Hampshire Breastfeeding Rights Coalition after I was fired from Health and Human Services, where I worked as a child support officer and claimed pregnancy discrimination. I did file with the New Hampshire Commission on Human Rights, and they said that they didn't have authority over my case. So I still have that letter that I can submit, and that was not under Director Malachi. That was a different director at the time. So I am not sure, but I believe Attorney Racklin was actually citing my lawsuit, Catherine Frederick v. State of New Hampshire, which is currently in the New Hampshire Supreme Court, which speaks to the fact that if the Human Rights Commission did have jurisdiction over this, I wouldn't have a lawsuit. So because they didn't, my lawsuit has continued. I also submitted original language to Senator Bradley. I used to be a constituent of his. And he has also been the prime sponsor of previous pregnancy rights bills over the last 6 years. I submitted this original language to him in 2019 in the fall. And then shortly after my Supreme Court hearing, he submitted the previous bill, which was late for pregnancy. And then as we know, COVID happened. So Governor Sununu is in support of this bill, and I praise Governor Sununu for that. I would really like to see this bill succeed. We would hope that there would be the amendments that A Better Balance has recommended, and we would really appreciate the opportunity to work on this. I'm also a student at Vermont Law School, so this could actually be a great project for me as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? So as was stated, the governor did send in a letter of support. I'll read part of it briefly. My administration is committed to promoting the health and economic security of our state's families, including measures that promote the health of infants and mothers. It is for those reasons that I've worked with Senator Erin Hennessy to put forward Senate Bill 68. This bipartisan legislation promotes healthy pregnancies and economic security for pregnant mothers and their infants, while also strengthening the economy. And he is in support, as are a large list of others.
Senator French, Megan Racklin has raised her hand to speak for a third time.
Why don't we put it off, if that's okay, unless it's urgent, and have them all get together and discuss it.
Her hand's gone down.
Thank you very much. So nothing else. I will close this hearing on Senate Bill 68. And we will be taking up Senate Bill 69. The prime sponsor with us.
I picked the wrong senator, Senator Whitley. Senator Whitley, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, committee members. My name is Becky Whitley, and I'm proud to represent New Hampshire Senate District 15 and the communities of Concord, Henniker, Hopkinton, and Warner. As a working mother of a young child and a former nursing mother, I am very proud to appear before you today to introduce Senate Bill 69, requiring employers to provide access to a sufficient space for nursing mothers and reasonable break time. As a working mother, I know that working and having a family has never been so difficult. Stagnant incomes and outdated workplace practices continue to pit being a parent against having a career. And unfortunately, we've also seen that this global pandemic has disproportionately impacted working mothers and women of color in New Hampshire and across the country, which is why this bill is so important. This bill requires employers in a very flexible way to provide access to a sufficient space and a reasonable break period for nursing mothers to express milk during work hours. This bill builds on years of work by Senator Martha Fuller Clark and an incredibly strong and responsive coalition of stakeholders who work together to come up with a New Hampshire solution to support women in the workplace. And I'm proud that this bill has bipartisan support. Most importantly, I want to point out that the bill requires accommodations for working women who were excluded and continue to be excluded from the 2010 federal law, Break Time for Nursing Mothers. This federal law was an incredibly important step, but leaves 1 in 4 women of childbearing age not covered by the federal law, and many of those women work in New Hampshire. 32 states have passed legislation to bridge the gap in the federal law to cover more nursing mothers and provide expanded protections. New Hampshire is currently the only New England state that does not provide additional protections to fill this coverage gap. There are many folks today that will talk about the health benefits of nursing. They're very well known, and about why it's so important that we encourage breastfeeding in the first year of a child's life. This bill will go a long way to keep women in the workforce, which we all know is increasingly important as New Hampshire continues to experience a workforce shortage. Data from the U.S. Bureau of Labor shows that women are 63.9% of our civilian workforce in New Hampshire. And we've also seen recent data from the New Hampshire Women's Foundation showing that women are 2/3 of the essential workforce. These are our critical frontline workers. We know, and I know, that many women leave their jobs after having a baby due to unfriendly work conditions. Therefore, supporting nursing mothers will go a long way in keeping women in the workforce as we rebuild New Hampshire's economy. I'm also going to allow folks behind me to testify to the benefits to New Hampshire businesses. We feel that this bill is a reasonable bill with a uniquely New Hampshire solution. It's about requiring the creation of access, not mandating the creation of an actual space. I want to point out that other states with a similar law require all employers to comply with these requirements. This bill is a New Hampshire solution that only applies to employers with 6 or more employees. This is to be consistent with existing New Hampshire law in New Hampshire's anti-discrimination statute. Thank you so much, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Senator Perkins Quokka.
Yes, good morning, committee members. Can you hear me?
Yes, good morning.
Good morning. Thank you so much for having me this morning. I am thrilled to be here in support of Senator Whitley's bill SB 69 to support nursing mothers in the workplace. Senator Whitley and I have worked hard on this bill to have several conversations to make sure, as she emphasized, that this is a bill that employers have had opportunity to comment on and that, is as flexible as possible while still making sure that we're advancing the principles of accommodating nursing mothers in the workplace. I think this builds a real opportunity for employers to build loyalty and to build even closer relationships with their employees. I know I was a nursing mother a short year and a half ago, and my employer created time and space for me to be able to come back to work early. And through that accommodation, I was very grateful for their flexibility. They benefited from me being able to return to work. I was able to have that intellectual stimulation while still being a nursing mom. And it was overall an experience that I think we both benefited from. So we've tried really hard in this legislation to acknowledge that different businesses face different needs. And yet New Hampshire needs to continue to modernize and recognize the important role that women play in the workplace. This is such a short period of time in a woman's professional career. It might be 3 months, it might be 6 months, perhaps for some moms, it's 9 to 12 months, but, we might be an employee for years and years, and our contributions, should be valued on the whole. And so I think we just hope you guys will recognize the value of adding this to New Hampshire's economy and help us move forward. Happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Senator. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, you're off the hook.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Lisa Soroy. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Yes, my name is Lisa Soroyce, and I represent the New Hampshire Department of Health and Human Services. I have submitted written testimony, but would like to share a few highlights that demonstrate the commitment we have to New Hampshire mothers and babies. The health benefits of breastfeeding are well recognized in the United States. One of the most highly effective preventative measures a mom can take to protect the health of her infant and herself is breastfeeding. Breastfeeding protects against a variety of diseases and conditions in the infant, such as diarrhea, respiratory tract infections, ear infections, type 1 and type 2 diabetes, and even childhood obesity. And there are also maternal health benefits, such as decreased risk of breast and ovarian cancer. In New Hampshire, almost 9 out of 10 women initiate breastfeeding after delivery, but less than 4 continue through the first year, as recommended by the American Academy of Pediatrics. Those numbers are even lower among our low-income families. The research tells us that returning to work is one reason that women stop breastfeeding before reaching their personal breastfeeding goal. The Department of Health and Human Services supports breastfeeding moms through its many public health programs, such as the WIC Nutrition Program, breastfeeding peer counseling, home visiting, and even our chronic disease section. Most recently, the division awarded a 3-year grant to Keene State College to implement a workplace lactation support project. The project funded 43 new lactation spaces across New Hampshire, covering almost all counties, through the award of 34 mini grants to small and medium businesses. The mini grants included funds to establish a private space, technical assistance with writing a workplace policy, and training for human resource staff. More than 3,500 working women of childbearing age now have access to a clean and private space in reasonable break time to express milk at work. I've included a highlight sheet outlining the accomplishments of that project, along with some photos showing the transformation of the spaces with my testimony. The mini grant awardees in New Hampshire included a range of industries from a library, behavioral health company, manufacturing, primary and secondary education, and even a small bakery. So thank you for the opportunity to share today.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee?
Quick question, if I may,
Sure.
Mr. Chair. You mentioned small businesses, and I'm all in favor of the bill, and I think all of us will be. Like a Dunkin' Donuts or a pizza place, how are they going to afford to provide that? I can see an office or anywhere else, but a sufficient space. It's I'll just say a pizza place. Where are they going to room in a clean place? Seems problematic.
Sure, thank you for that question. So most of the hospitality industry already falls under the federal law for nursing moms. And so many of your Dunkin' Donuts, pizza places, they already have to meet that. And so The thing to note here is it really never has to be a permanent space. So oftentimes they have to be creative, and maybe there's an office out back that's temporarily used for the mom to express while she's at work.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you very much. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Lexi Rojas. Lexi, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, this is Lexi Rojas. I'm an attorney with the New Hampshire Department of Labor. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you very much for coming today.
Oh, no worries. It's our pleasure. So we reviewed the statute and we do understand how to implement it. We have received some questions with respect to the hardship exemption that's in the statute. So I just wanted to speak very briefly about how we would apply that, just given the interest that we've had thus far. Employers would request and provide an explanation for why they believe they fit the hardship exemption, and we of course would be responding in writing. And in short, we view it as a flexible analysis that we can apply to the individual needs of that business as well as the individual needs of that employee. So in that situation, we do understand and we do believe and interpret this statute to permit those flexible applications to the individual needs of the business model that we're presented with. And if you have any questions, that's all I needed to comment on.
Great, I do. So question, so like a C-store where they have coolers and retail space, basically in a tiny, tiny office, would they be exempt through the hardship laws, do you think?
I mean, it's possible. It all depends on what they articulate as their basis for why they believe the law should not apply to them.
Okay, and one further question, maybe you might know it. Under RSA 27311A, what is the civil penalty?
So under 27311-A begins as a warning for the initial violation. And then after that, it can go up to, I believe it's up to $2,500, but it's a sliding scale, of course, depending on need. And we do, we look into other issues like previous violations. Had they gotten a warning before? Things of that nature, how horribly the violation was, the law was violated.
And that's administered by your department?
Correct. What would happen is there would be a hearing. Well, initially there would be an inspection. If there was found to be a violation, there would be a disclosure meeting between the inspector and the business owner to discuss the laws and its requirements. The business owner then has the option of doing, well, not really an option, but can do all of the above. They can have an informal conference in which they come down, they sit down with the Department of Labor, or we're doing them also by phone, and they discuss, what they believed at the time and how they've since been educated. And if they've made some corrections, they get a substantially reduced penalty. If they prefer after that informal, if they're not happy, or if they want to skip the informal, they can go straight to a hearing, which is administered by a hearing officer, which they are independent of. They're not an independent body, but they are independent minds, in which they would have a full impartial hearing to discuss the violations and argue why they believe a penalty should or should not be applied to them, or the amount too. And then at the end, a hearing decision, if rendered against the employer, and the Department of Labor would have the burden of proof at those hearings, they also have the right to an appeal before the Civil Penalty Appeals Board. And the Civil Penalty Appeals Board can then decide whether or not the civil penalty assessed was justifiable. And they also have the ability to increase or reduce the civil penalty amount that was assessed. And after that, they can appear before the Supreme Court if they wanted to challenge that further.
Great, thank you very much. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Courtney Tanner. Courtney, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman French and members of the committee. I'm going to testify today in two capacities. First, as the Director of Government Relations at Dartmouth-Hitchcock. Dartmouth-Hitchcock supports Senate Bill 69 as drafted. In your email, you'll find written testimony from Dr. Maria Padin, our Chief Medical Officer at our community group practice clinics located in Concord, Manchester, and Nashua. Dr. Padin, a trained and practicing OBG physician, highlighted the neonatal benefits to both mother and baby for breastfeeding. For infants, she included protections from infectious disease and sudden infant death syndrome. For mothers, she included lower risk of breast cancer, ovarian cancer, diabetes, hypertension, and those are just to name a few. Dr. Padin also noted that Senate Bill 69 provides a minimum standard for employers to support their nursing employees. But I also wanted to testify today as a working nursing mother. I live in Bedford with my husband, my daughter, and my crazy dog who thinks he's still 2, but he's 9. I work full-time at Dartmouth-Hitchcock, as I've already shared. I have a daughter who is now 18 months old, or will be 18 months old in a couple of weeks. But when she was first born, Joanna struggled to latch. After a successful first week of life, filled with doctor's appointments and unwelcome weight loss, we took Joanna to a pediatric dentist and had her tongue ties revised. And Joanna saw an occupational therapist for a number of weeks to strengthen her head and her neck. For the next 6 weeks, Joanna and I, with support of my husband, worked hard to strengthen Joanna's nursing ability. And by the time Joanna was 8 weeks old, she had it down. She was a nursing baby. Joanna, I'm proud to say that Joanna is exclusively been breastfeed. She's never had formula in her life, but that was hard work in the beginning. When Joanna was 12 weeks old, I did return to work, and the transition was really hard, but possible because of the support of my employer. Similar to your days, there's not always a clear window to take a break and go pump, but my employer, my supervisor, made it clear that he cared about me and he cared about my family and honored that I needed to take time from my work. A large number of these breaks actually happened in the Mama Pod that's downstairs in the LOB, and I'm thankful for the legislature to having that pod downstairs. In return for that support from my employer, I have never once called out of work with a sick baby. Joanna will be an official toddler on February 16th, her 18th month birthday. She has never had an ear infection, a sore throat, or a sniffle, and I attribute that to breastfeeding. As a full-time working mom, I'm asking you to pass Senate Bill 69. I think it sends a clear signal to young females and young families like myself that New Hampshire cares about them. Thank you so much. I'm happy to take any questions.
That pod in the basement has been used?
Oh, yes.
Okay. Thank you. Any
Thank
questions
you.
from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, Senator French. The next person on the list is Joyce Kelly. However, I'm not seeing Joyce Kelly, so we'll go to the next person on my list. Joyce, if you're here, you can raise your hand. Oh, all right, there is Joyce. Joyce, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, I just did. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Good morning, Chairman French, Vice Chair Gannon, and committee members. My name is Joyce Kelly, and I'm a registered nurse and chair of the New Hampshire Breastfeeding Task Force. The New Hampshire Breastfeeding Task Force is an educational nonprofit and is the recognized state breastfeeding coalition of the United States Breastfeeding Committee. Our mission is to promote, protect, and support breastfeeding through education, outreach, and advocacy. Breastfeeding is regarded by all major health organizations as the optimal infant feeding method that supports improved population health outcomes, as has been discussed. We have approximately 50 members throughout the state, many of whom work in hospital settings, but also community, public health settings, and education. Senate Bill 69 attempts to close the gap that was unintentionally left by the Federal Break Time for Nursing Mothers Law passed in 2010 that required employees to provide access to time and space for breast milk expression during the workday to hourly workers covered by the Fair Labor Standards Act. Senate Bill 69 would require employers to provide access to time and space to express milk during the workday for all workers, regardless of labor category, with the exceptions noted in the bill. This would include teachers who were excluded from those federal protections. As part of the Governor's Advisory Council on Lactation, we have collaborated with groups including the Department of Labor, as well as the New Hampshire Business and Industry Association, in order to craft a bill that we feel addresses the relevant needs related to workplace breastfeeding support. New Hampshire, as was stated, is the only state in New England that does not have a state law to protect all working mothers. New Hampshire Senate Bill 69 is a very reasonable bill that proposes accommodations for 1 year after the birth of a child for an employee to have access to time and space to pump during the workday. Other states such as Maine and Vermont have laws that are much more extensive, including up to 3 years of protection for all workers. We feel that the bill that we drafted is a New Hampshire solution for working mothers and employers. We chose to define reasonable break time of approximately 30 minutes every 3 hours in a workday because, one, it is physiologically what a woman's body needs to maintain their milk supply when expressing milk while away from their baby. And two, because we have received many inquiries over the years from New Hampshire businesses and HR professionals asking what is reasonable for a new mom to express milk during the workday. Please note that the bill includes language that allows an employer and an employee to agree to different terms. It is important to note that this bill does not necessarily require an employer to undertake the construction or building of a room solely for the purposes of milk expression. This bill provides for access to time and space to pump. It may be a permanent or a temporary space. Even when an employer chooses to make a permanent space, it can often be completed at a nominal cost. I was part of that, the grant process where we set up spaces in about 40 businesses that Lisa had mentioned earlier. I am happy to take any questions or clarify any of my testimony. I have submitted written testimony to this effect, and I thank you very much for allowing me to speak on behalf and in support of Senate Bill 69.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Senator Gannett?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, do you also get your normal breaks, like a 30-minute lunch, 15-minute break, and then in addition, you'd get the 30 minutes every 3 hours?
Lisa Sorois, can you answer that?
I'm more interested in the women not getting cheated out of regular stuff. And that's all. Regular time.
Right. They could do that. That could be negotiated as part of that.
Okay. So it's not clear that you don't.
Lisa, do you have anything else to add?
It's not
Say that
clear.
again. Sorry.
You wouldn't get your normal breaks, and then this is in addition to. So if I had a lunch at noon and then an hour later am I going to get gypped out of having my 30-minute lunch or 15-minute breaks?
Right. They could.
I'm just worried about an employer saying, no, you just run break.
Right.
Senator Whitley has her hand
interesting.
raised, Senator French, if you'd like me to bring her in.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you,
you.
Senator.
Senator Whitley?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Senator Gannon, for that question.
Thanks,
If you
Senator.
look, yeah, that's an important point, and I appreciate that. If you look at page 2, line 13, the issue was discussed, but I don't think it addresses exactly what you're talking about. It says nothing under the subdivision shall preclude an employee from taking a reasonable break period contemporaneously with break or meal period. So it's saying you can take them together, but I think you make a good point. But I think there is enough flexibility within the bill to make sure that there is this conversation between employers and employees. But thank you for that point.
Thank you.
Senator Susie?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While we're on this section, while Senator Whitley is here, Senator Whitley, I just wanted to clarify, you and I had found a typographical error in the bill on page 12. So on page 2, line 12. So we did prepare an amendment. It is in the OneDrive for all of the committee members. It's amendment 0064 that on line 12 would say instead, where it says milk differ from the requirements, it would say milk that are different from the requirements to the subdivision. So once again, to provide greater flexibility between the employer and employee.
Thank you, Senator Susan. Thank you for that amendment.
Thank you very much.
Any other? Nope, thank you very much. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Donna Hosmer. Donna, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Good morning, Senator French and members of the committee. And
Good
thank
morning. Glad to have you with us today.
Nice to see you. I put makeup on and everything. I thought you'd see me, but oh, you can?
Yeah.
Oh, all right. My name is Donna Hosmer again. I'm a resident of Laconia and the mother of 4 teenagers, all of whom were breastfed. I'm a business owner in that my family had owned AutoServe dealerships in Tilton for over 30 years. And I'm also a partner in a manufacturing plant in Lancaster, New Hampshire. So between these 2 businesses, we employed well over 300 people. And I'm speaking in strong support of SB 69, a bill designed to provide working mothers returning to work with sufficient space and a reasonable break to express milk. Current legislation put forth by the Affordable Care Act only covers hourly employees. And as it's been said, that leaves out 1 in 4 women who are not covered by this policy in New Hampshire. New Hampshire is the only state in New England without its own workplace breastfeeding legislation. So SB 69 would provide that all employers accommodate reasonable time and space for nursing mothers to express milk. And this is important because it supports mothers, but it also supports families as their dynamics change and mothers make their transition back to work. As a business owner and industry leader, I'm sensitive to mandates that are often well-intentioned, but ultimately unnecessarily inhibit small business. And I believe that this legislature should exercise great discretion when considering mandates and only do so when there's a compelling overriding consideration. And SB 69 is an opportunity to pass legislation that supports women returning to work, supports the healthiest option for children, and puts New Hampshire on par with other New England states who've already recognized the importance of this issue. I jumped at the chance to champion this initiative when my good friend Joyce Kelly, who, as she introduced, is chairing the New Hampshire Breastfeeding Task Force, invited me to speak to your committee last year, and I'm proud to be here in support again. And our dealership, in fact, participated in that mini grant program that Lisa spoke about. And we created a really cool area in our dealership for our customers and our employees to express milk. And you should have in your packet the flyer that we so proudly displayed throughout our dealership, so that our customers and our employees knew that that space was there. This initiative resonates with me as a working mother who nursed, and because it's consistent with our corporate culture to be family friendly and always looking to empower women to succeed. But something Joyce Kelly had said to me early on that really stuck was that when women encounter barriers to nursing at work, it's more likely that they'll give up. And instinctively, I knew how true that was because I struggled a lot with nursing. Fortunately for me, I didn't have to face obstacles at work or from a supervisor who didn't understand. I'm grateful for the people who encouraged and helped me achieve some modicum of success nursing. And I wish for all mothers to feel like they can do this and not have to give up on nursing or working. Giving up because of work pressures can be really painful for mothers who wish to give their children the best possible start. It can even discourage women from returning to work at all. And I wouldn't have been able to nurse my children if obstacles were in my way instead of encouragement and support. So eliminating workplace barriers will contribute to a mother's success here and have a great positive impact on New Hampshire families and businesses. So in closing, SB 69 provides the necessary support for nursing mothers in the workplace and fosters the growth of healthy families throughout New Hampshire and business growth as more mothers return to work, knowing they can still work and nurse. For these reasons, I ask for your support and I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee to my favorite constituent? No, thank you very much. Thanks, Donna.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person on my list is Stephanie Lund. However, I'm not seeing her. So Stephanie, if you're here, could you raise your hand and I'll come to you next. In the meantime, I will go to Dr. Melissa Scull. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning and welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you so much for having me. So, as you said, I'm Melissa Scull. I am an internal medicine physician and I work at Catholic Medical Center in Manchester. I currently specialize in obesity medicine. And today I'm here speaking on behalf of the New Hampshire Medical Society, who is in support of this bill. I also, as a personal aside, a mom of 3 boys, ages 1, 4, and 8 now, and all of them were breastfed, even though my first I had actually during residency. So I've been a working mom throughout in some difficult situations, but with employers that were very supportive, for which I'm incredibly grateful. I will just echo in terms of the health benefits. We definitely see that there are a lot of health benefits for the babies and for the moms. In addition to what has been already mentioned, I don't think anyone's mentioned that for the nursing baby, they have decreased risks of cancer such as leukemia and lymphoma as well. And since it's near and dear to my heart with my job, obesity, I just want to stress obesity and diabetes are huge issues as we talk about just the ability of people to enter the workforce later in life. So we're thinking into the future as well when it comes to businesses and the state and the well-being of these kids. So also for the nursing mother, I just wanted to add, the only other thing I was going to say is that it's very interesting, I think, that the health benefits, especially breast cancer, hypertension, heart attacks, those ones have been found to have a dose-response relationship. So meaning the longer a woman nurses, the more their risk decreases, meaning that for my thinking on this, it's really important for us to encourage it throughout their working life in that first year so that they can get the most benefit health-wise from breastfeeding. And then just so you guys do know, the CDC, American Academy of Pediatrics, and American College of Obstetrics and Gynecology all recommend nursing for at least 1 year or longer. I wanted to speak a little bit on the reason why that 30 minutes every 3 hours is really helpful. So the way that the nursing system works is that it's basically supply and demand. So if you were at home with a baby and they nurse more often and they empty the breast, then your body would say, I see that they need more milk, I'm going to produce more. But if you become engorged or you're waiting longer between feedings, then your body would understand, downregulate, and say, the baby doesn't need as much, I'm not going to make as much. So unfortunately, with the Affordable Care Act, it doesn't have this language as far as I understand. So I'm happy to see this in here because when someone goes back to work, of course, they want to continue to feed their baby and they want to continue to feed them entirely breast milk if at all possible. And if they go too long between pumping sessions, they're going to have that down regulatory reaction and their body is going to think their baby doesn't need as much milk. Really important to note that the most common reason that women discontinue their breastfeeding relationship earlier than they wanted to is a concern about milk production. And we see this all the time when women go back to work, that their milk will drop and that we have to kind of talk to them about the supply and demand, among other things like hydration. So I wanted to, because I am part of the Health Equity Advisory Council for the New Hampshire Medical Society, I wanted to just make sure I give you guys some information on the inequities that are involved in breastfeeding as well and the benefits that come with breastfeeding. So if we're looking not just in New Hampshire, but at a larger group, the highest rates of breastfeeding are actually among non-Black Hispanic women, and those approach 80%. Also, much higher rates of breastfeeding in women who have a higher income, up to 85%, and women older than 30 years, which is close to 80. And then we go to the lowest rates. So lowest rates down to 30% are in non-Hispanic Black mothers, less than 20 years old. And then low income non-Hispanic Black mothers is at 30%. And all comers, mothers younger than 20 years, at 60%. So what this brought up for me looking at this data is that the health inequities that follow this, if someone is not able to nurse and doesn't feel supported in nursing, are huge. If they have the increased risks of cancers, sudden infant death syndrome, all the infections that come with a weakened immune system in the baby, and then the mother's health issues that we mentioned, we're just really kind of putting fuel on the fire of what we already know are a lot of issues with health inequities. And then if I could relate this just personally, so my first son I had as a resident, a white woman who is a physician. And then my other two sons, one I had when I was in primary care, the other when I was in obesity medicine. And I felt entirely empowered. I didn't think, there was any reason why I shouldn't ask for what I needed. And I can only imagine that someone under 20 years having their first baby, someone who feels like there are already biases within the workplace, might not ask for these things. So I love that this is helping more so than the Affordable Care Act, and adding to it that people will be able to say, I need to pump 30 minutes every 3 hours. This is what is recommended and what is required by law. The other thing I'll comment on, I did find there is the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services created a document called the Business Case for Breastfeeding. So they do have some data that shows that time off work is much less in women who are nursing. So it's thought to be related to decreased child illnesses. As we all know, my kids have all gone to daycare and it's a cesspool of viruses. So any protection we can offer definitely improves the ability of the mom to stay at work. And for specific numbers, 1 day work absences to care for a sick child occur half as often for mothers who breastfeed infants versus formula-fed infants. And then the healthcare costs to an employer, as we know, a lot of healthcare costs come with the chronic conditions that I mentioned before. So that is definitely a benefit to the employer in the long term and sometimes even in the short term. And there are lower employee turnover rates for workplace environments who are supportive to continue breastfeeding. So that is everything that I wanted to present today. Thank you so much for having me, and I am happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you so much for coming.
Okay, then we're gonna go to Stephanie Lund. Stephanie, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you for including me. I was really happy that Joyce reached out to me because as a working mom, breastfeeding has been so important. My son is almost 2 years old. I went back to work when he was about 3 months. And of course, breastfeeding comes with its challenges. I work in a restaurant, so it's a little different than an office job. It's fast paced. There's not a lot of privacy. We don't have designated breaks. So it was really nice that all my coworkers, my managers, they were so supportive of me. And I just feel like, I don't know, a workplace doesn't have to have a big extravagant room. We had a storage room downstairs. It had an outlet. It had a lock on the door. They gave me a chair. They gave me my time. They were really good about, watching my tables, not seating me, making sure I had the amount of time and the space to be able to pump at work. I don't really have much to say about it, I guess, but just that if I wasn't supported in my workplace, I wouldn't have been able to continue nursing my son. And it's important. So I think that's about it, I guess.
Great. Well,
Thank
thank
you.
you very much. Any questions from the committee? Well, thank you so much for coming.
Okay, the next person on my list is Dr. Jennifer Christensen. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Well, I'm Dr. Jennifer Christensen. I'm a general practitioner, work in addictions medicine, and I'm currently working in Exeter, and I'm speaking on behalf of New Hampshire Medical Society. And thank you for giving me, time for this important subject. And I was asked to speak about breastfeeding of infants, and I don't want to repeat a lot of the information that was given out just to highlight, the 30 minutes is necessary because the lactin and the prolactin does create future supply for the mother to be able to give her child enough milk in order to survive. And only 1 in 4 babies are exclusively breastfed by the time that they are 6 months. And this is a tragedy. Black infants are 15% less likely to have ever been breastfed compared to white infants. And a detailed pediatric cost analysis done by the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality report concluded that if 90% of US mothers would comply with recommendation for breastfeeding exclusively for 6 months, there would be a savings of $13 billion per year. And those savings don't include those things that are related to a reduction in parental absenteeism from work or adult deaths from diseases acquired in childhood, such as asthma, type 1 diabetes, or obesity-related conditions. And this is directly from Pediatrics 2010, page 125. So this is very important. And as it was as someone else had said, that the breastfeeding feeding for infants decreases bacteremia, diarrhea, and necrotizing enterocolitis that kills babies, otitis media, type 1, type 2 diabetes, lymphoma, leukemia, and Hodgkin's disease, childhood overweight and obesity. And the mother, she has decreased postpartum bleeding, and she goes back to a normal, back to her pre-pregnancy state faster, and she has a decrease in the risk for breast and ovarian cancers. So, we're encouraging women to exclusively breastfeed their children to be able to create a healthier future population. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Doctor, any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you.
Okay, the next person I have is Dr. Ogi Young. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Good morning. Welcome.
I'm Og Young, a recently retired Concord obstetrician gynecologist and past president of the New Hampshire Medical Society, here to be a lone male voice in support of SB 69. I represent the New Hampshire chapters of the American College of OBGYN, the American Academy of Pediatricians, the American Academy of Family Physicians, the New Hampshire Medical Society, and most important, New Hampshire Women. Over 35 years of practice, I literally saw thousands of women 6 weeks following the birth of their babies. Many were torn between returning to work or staying at home with their infants. A primary concern was the ability to continue nursing their babies. As you've heard, science has shown that breast milk is the ideal nutrition for infants. Nature has provided a perfect mix of protein, fats, low sugar, and vitamins for healthy growth, and antibodies to ward off viral and bacterial infections. We see a lower incidence of overweight infants with nursing, and subsequently a remarkably lower risk of obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and certain cancers when these breastfed infants become adults. As you've heard, breastfeeding has many benefits for moms. New moms are much more likely to return to their normal weights. Nursing, as you heard, lowers the risk of breast and ovarian cancer. And one thing that hasn't been mentioned is that breastfeeding is much less expensive and more efficient than using formula to feed an infant. Perhaps the greatest benefit of nursing is the opportunity for the mom and baby to bond. World-renowned Harvard pediatrician Barry Brazelton, who recently died at the age of 98, he must have been breastfed, established 50 years ago how critical newborn bonding is for the baby and mom. What he called attachment profoundly affects the relationship between child and parent, a relationship that is vital in the development early and late in the baby's life. Dr. Brazelton showed that early bonding made it much more likely that children would mature into productive and happy adults, and much less likely that they would suffer from mental illness, heart disease, other chronic illnesses, including addiction. Investing in times and places for working moms to nurse their infants costs a pittance compared to the long-term expense of these adult problems. Finally, businesses, as you heard, which provide times and places for women to breastfeed their infants, will likely have much less attrition, absenteeism, higher morale, more loyal and productive workers. SB 69 seems truly to benefit all of us, women, babies, businesses, and our society as a whole. So I strongly encourage all of you to support this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions from the committee? Thank you very much for your testimony today.
Okay, Senator French, the last person I have signed up to speak is Dave Juvet. Dave, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Cameron. Senator French, members of the committee, I trust everyone can hear me.
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. For the record, my name is Dave Juvet. I'm a Senior Vice President at the Business and Industry Association, which serves as New Hampshire's statewide chamber of commerce, and we represent businesses of all sizes, from the state's largest employers down to sole owner operators. I appreciate the opportunity to comment on Senate Bill 69. I do want to say that the BIA worked cooperatively with the bill sponsors and advocates, Lisa Sorois and Joyce Kelly, and I thought our conversations were productive and resulted in ultimately a stronger bill. I'd like to focus on three areas where most of the conversation took place. And I guess I'll say in advance that 2 out of the 3 areas I think we came to consensus on. The first was the definition of employer and establishing that at 6 employees or more. Our initial reaction to that was that that seems problematic for the state's smallest businesses. The advocates and bill sponsors said, well, that's really consistent with other discrimination or anti-discrimination statutes in New Hampshire, and that seems reasonable to us, especially since there is a hardship exemption later in the bill. Our only concern relating to that, and again, I'm not suggesting that it be changed, but my fear is that the lower that number is, the more likely you will be having employers asking for hardship exemptions, but I certainly understand the reason why it's set at 6. The second area of discussion that we spent a lot of time discussing was that hardship exemption. And my reaction is, and that's in the last part of the bill, I think it's on page 2, I believe, on line 20. Our concern with that language is it's rather vague in terms of what an employer responsibility is, in terms of, do they seek this hardship exemption in advance? And if so, whom do they seek it from? Or is this something that they would wait to be litigated? It just seemed a little, from the employer perspective, if an employer feels they want to request that, it seemed vague. Labor attorneys who are part of the BIA membership, again, said that's fairly standard language for hardship exemptions. So I'm not sure that it needs to be changed. I'm just saying for clarity, we had an attorney from the Department of Labor earlier explaining how the process works. So it might be helpful if we said that that hardship exemption should be filed or requested from the Department of Labor, at least, just so employers understand how that process works. Those were the two areas that we came to consensus on. The third area that we did not come to consensus on is the definition of a reasonable break period. And as I said, we spent significant time with the sponsors and the advocates, and we understand the why they chose the definition that they did. It makes perfect sense. On the other hand, other discussion noted that every nursing mother is different, every employer and every workplace is different, and it would be beneficial to both the employee and the employer if they could work out what a reasonable accommodation is and not have it so prescriptive as the definition in this bill. And there was also further discussion on, I think it's on page 2, starting at line 9, where the reasonable break period says, nothing in this section shall preclude an employer from negotiating with an employee reasonable break periods to express milk different from the requirements of this subdivision. And that created a lot of confusion in the committee because we weren't sure if the definition is what the definition says, but then later on it says you don't need to apply the definition if you come up with a accommodation that both the employee and employer is workable. We're not sure why you would want to have that prescriptive language to begin with. So again, I'll leave it up to the committee to decide that. It's just members of our committee felt that that very definite definition would create confusion on the part of employees and employers. Mr. Chair, that completes my testimony. I guess I want to stress that none of these comments were meant to be critical of the bill. We had terrific and substantive conversation with the sponsors and advocates, and feel that for employers and employees, having this in statute will be helpful. But we've also heard many examples of where employers are already doing this because they know it's the right thing to do, and because they know that keeping their employees, including nursing moms, is critical for the success of their work. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great, thank you, Dave. Any questions from the committee? Kevin? No? Okay, thank you very much. Cameron?
So Senator French, that's everyone I had signed up to speak. However, there are several hands raised. We have Kate Frederick to speak for a first time. Senator Whitley and Dr. Scull all have their hands raised.
Would you take Senator Whitley, please?
Senator Whitley, you should be able to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And thank you for the testimony of Mr. Juve. We did have a great experience working with the BIA on getting a bill that really works for everyone, New Hampshire businesses and working moms. Just wanted to address some of the issues that he raised to provide sort of the full perspective about why we ended up with the language we did. First, the issue about the hardship exemption. There were some questions about how a business applies for or gets a hardship exemption. And I think, the Department of Labor clarified that process. And I think it's also just clear because these new provisions are within the statute that governs the Department of Labor. It's apparent by just the plain language of the statute. So I just wanted to make that just make that point. The other issue is the definition of reasonable break time. This is something that was really important to the members of the coalition and to the nursing mothers, because we know that in federal law, this isn't well defined. And so I'm going to let Lisa Soroyce explain this a little bit more, but we did hear from businesses that they didn't know what reasonable meant. And so it was important to include a definition of reasonableness based on the biology of a nursing mom. And I think the physicians did a good job of describing how lactation works. And so that definition was important to add to reflect that biology, and then to accompany that definition with the flexibility as Mr. Juve identified in section 81, where we say this is the biology of a woman, but if that doesn't work for both the woman and the employer, they can work together to have a different solution. So I think in combination, it really works well. Thank you again for some extra time, and I'm happy to take additional questions on those issues.
Senator, any questions? Seeing none. Cameron, would you bring Lisa in?
Lisa, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I'm here. Yes, thank you. So thank you, Senator, for including me to help answer that question. So working at the Department of Health and Human Services over in the Division of Public Health, we oversee multiple programs that support breastfeeding families. And we recently made a training module available for free to all New Hampshire employers to help support lactation in the workplace. And so that's available on our website. And we've also put together a toolkit to help employers. It has sample language for policy, newsletter language, and sort of just how to start the process to set up accommodations. And so because we house a lot of those resources, if you Google help, you often get brought to our office. And so I field a lot of those calls. And so I can share that. I don't have a log of exact numbers, but I do get a lot of phone calls from HR professionals just asking for some education and support around what is reasonable. And likewise, we get calls from moms too on what's reasonable. So I would say that HR professionals need some information and support. And so that was part of the reason in working with the coalition that language and suggested break was included.
Great, thank you. Questions? Seeing none, thank you very much. Cameron, would you bring in, is it Kate Frederick who hasn't spoken yet?
Yes. Kate, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, hello. Thank you, Chairman French and committee members. I'll keep it really short. I appreciate all the medical testimony that has been offered. I want to bring in some testimony about the law.
Thank you.
The way this bill is written, it defines the term express milk. It doesn't define the term nursing or lactation, and it specifically excludes breastfeeding. So what I'd like to do is direct you to the document, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission's enforcement guidance around pregnancy and related medical conditions. There's a whole section in there on lactation that includes direct access breastfeeding under Title VII. And again, not to waste your time, this has been a very long hearing for everyone. There's another bill out concurrently with this bill. It's HB 231. It's not in your committee, it's in the Labor Committee. And the prime sponsor is Rep. Richard Abel. And that bill will be heard on Thursday. And so as not to waste everyone's time, I believe that this bill is lawful, HB 231, and I have a question about whether this current bill, SB 69, is lawful. The other issue around the law is Governor Sununu's executive order allowing state employees in the executive branch to have access to breastfeeding, direct access during work. That is an executive order. It can be repealed by a subsequent governor. And what my question is, if it's good enough for New Hampshire state employees, why isn't it good enough for all New Hampshire employee mothers? Also, I don't see how it's possible to support breastfeeding by excluding breastfeeding. There's so much money that has gone in to supporting breastfeeding, government money from Health and Human Services given to different breastfeeding coalitions, all these grants, these 43 different lactation sites that were created. And the way this bill reads, it's confusing. It seems like it excludes breastfeeding. And so I would just draw your attention to the legalities of it all. So as not to go on here, I'll be giving testimony on Thursday about the other bill, HB 231. And one thing that could result is merging the bills or absorbing the bills together so that everything is lawful and codified with federal law and state law. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, Cameron?
Okay, Dr. Skull to speak for a second time.
Okay, sorry to take more time. Thank you so much for bringing me in again. The last comment, thank you so much for bringing that up, because I do want to add that when I did read this bill, I was a little bit thrown off by that too. And I obviously my background is not in legal issues, but I do want to comment that does not seem to make a lot of sense to me either, that if I were working and my child were somehow able to be brought in by my husband, the way it's written did seem to me that your employer could say, no, sorry, you have to pump, you can't nurse, which I understand would have to be a discussion between the employer and the employee if the baby's even allowed in the office. But I would concur that taking a look at that would be very important. And also to the point of the physician who is the recently retired OBGYN, just the bonding that can offer. If you can do it in the office with your baby, that's fantastic. But the thing that I actually wanted to be brought back in for was, again, just to comment on that 3 hours, 30 minutes every 3 hours, just from a medical perspective. I just wanted to say again that I think that is very important. I think that is at the bare minimum what people should be doing. Almost every woman does need at least 30 minutes every 3 hours to keep up her supply. If there are some, significant outliers and they know that, I think that wording that says, okay, you could discuss with your employer and you could adjust, that would be fine. But again, to my point of kind of the inequities, if someone were a 20-year-old woman who felt there was some bias in her workplace, wouldn't feel comfortable advocating for herself, it's very different from me when I could say, no, I know the evidence of this, I know how the physiology works, and I need 30 minutes every 3 hours because my supply will otherwise go down. So I just wanted to add those points from a medical perspective. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Cameron, do we have one more speaker?
We do. Representative Mangiapati has her hand raised.
Go ahead.
Representative, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you for letting me testify. This is a very important bill. And to me personally, I can say, mother of 2 kids who are now grown. And I was fortunate enough, a person of color, a new immigrant, when I was pregnant and I had my child, I worked in a special needs school called Cognitive and Language and Cognitive Development Center in Jamaica Plain. And the philosophy of that was a special needs for children with autism and childhood schizophrenia. And so this, where they offered the whole mother-child relationship, was the whole intervention and treatment was based on that. And not only was I hired to, when I was pregnant as a speech pathologist, I was also provided an opportunity to continue my bonding by providing an office space or a nanny that I could bring in and be with my child. So I could go back to work within 6 weeks after I had my first child and continue to nurse for 15 months. And my son was born in New Hampshire, which was a whole different ballgame. 2 years later, I was a full-time speech pathologist in a hospital, and I couldn't continue to do that. So even though I had a nanny and I could, I wanted to continue, I had to give up my position. I, resigned from being a therapist, and I resigned from being a full-time worker because that accommodation was not available to me. And because I wanted to continue breastfeeding, I knew how important it was, and I was able to breastfeed my son for 18 months. And I see this, my children are in my age group now, we're young mom, and this is a very important acceptance of that human being, and this is a normal process in a life cycle. How do we accommodate and not discriminate just because we are women and we would love to do the breastfeeding? And I'm not going to go back on all the importance that was mentioned in physiologically, emotionally, and that early childhood bond. First 4 months are so critical. We know what happens if that's not there. And this is the most cherished, peaceful moment for us to be able to do that. And I would truly appreciate, this going forward and making this a law and accommodate people like me. Not now. 30 years ago, if I had that, I would have really enjoyed being, continued to be a mom and a full-time worker. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. So we're closing in on the end. Cameron, anyone else?
Sure, there are two more hands raised. Joyce Kelly had her hand raised to speak another time, and Senator Perkins Quokka has her hand raised as well.
Bring on the senator, please.
Senator Perkins Quokka, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, committee members, thank you, Chair, for recognizing me again. I just wanted to quickly clarify that the bill is not intended to exclude actual breastfeeding. If that is the choice that the employee wants to make, they can have that agreement with their employer under the current language. So this is intended to be as broad and flexible as possible. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Senator. Cameron.
And then we have Joyce Kelly to speak a second time. Joyce?
Yeah. So the intent of this bill was to mimic the federal law, which does actually not provide direct access to direct breastfeeding, and is to allow access for a mother to pump for about 1 year after the birth of her child at work. So it's, well, not to be precluded, it is definitely not, we are not really recommending that direct breastfeeding take place, but always could, businesses can decide how flexible they want to be. But we understand that that can be very limiting to businesses to have legislated active breastfeeding on site, and many organizations would not support that.
Great, thank you very much.
Senator, there are no hands raised.
Okay, then I'm going to close this hearing on Senate Bill 69. And we're going to take a 5-minute break. We've got one more bill to hear today. We're going to hear Senate Bill 61 in 5 minutes. It gives everyone a chance to stretch their legs, have a smoke, and make some coffee or popcorn, whatever they want, and probably be in a better mood when we start. It's going to be a long hearing. So we'll see you in 5 minutes. Thank you. Everyone feel better? You.
I do feel better, Harold. Thank you.
Yes, I thought
My
you'd like to.
coffee.
I made a new pot. We're ready to rock.
I'm gonna go to one of those Keurigs. Otherwise, the coffee gets old.
Cameron, do we have any speakers on this one?
Senator
Is
French,
this like a
the
quickie, Bill?
sign-in sheet is 13 pages long.
Oh,
Yeah, I
geez.
printed it.
And there are so many folks signed up that the online portal isn't working correctly on my end, the viewing end. So I'm going to be calling names based off of the PDF that was downloaded at 8:30. So just bear with me if it takes me an extra second.
Okay, so what I want to do is at about noon time, there's some first responders, and I'll be asking them to raise their hands. They're working, but they'd like to testify on this bill. I told them around noon time, we would squeeze them in the middle and then they can get back to work. So if everyone's ready, I'm going to open Senate Bill 61 and ask the prime sponsor, Senator Reagan, for the introduction.
Senator Reagan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Senator French and members of the Commerce Committee.
Good morning, Senator.
I'm Reagan, Senate District 17, and I bring before you today Senate Bill 61, an act prohibiting collective bargaining agreements that require employees to join a labor union. So we're all, the research fellow that sent us his terribly one-sided pile of research said that this bill has been introduced 39 times before. It's passed several times and been overturned, but we're all pretty familiar with it. Everybody who's been here for a while, and everybody here has been here for a while. So my only comment is that the tremendous number of people against this are riled up by union leaders. And the people who would benefit from this don't know who they are because they haven't received an offer of a better job. They haven't seen a new employer come into the state because we don't enjoy a right to work status. So keep that in mind when you have 13 pages of opposition. Those people know what they're up to, and they have been asked by people who are rewarded magnificently by union dues, but the people who are the beneficiaries have no voice here because they don't know yet who they are. So I'll leave that as my introduction.
Thank you very much, Senator. Any questions from the committee? Nope.
Senator
Oh,
Kavanaugh had his hand up.
Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Senator Reagan. I do want to declare a conflict. I am on the Executive Council for the New Hampshire AFL-CIO, and I do plan on participating, though. So, Senator Reagan, thank you for taking the question. I know you brought up the 39 years, and this has been something with legislators and business owners to get this defeated in those years. And it just kind of wonder now why, I mean, in the middle of a pandemic, we've been praising our frontline workers, our essential workers, and emergency responders in the middle of a pandemic. If you could speak to that about why now, after 39 years of working together with all different agencies from the state, that it's not good for New Hampshire. And it seems like poor timing for me with in the middle of a pandemic when we're trying to protect these frontline workers.
I can't understand how this harms frontline workers.
Well, I think a lot of this too, the unions give a voice to people, whether a lot of the bills we heard earlier, if people are nervous about speaking up to their boss, their employer, they can go to a union and say, hey, we need all this protection for whether it's shields, masks, anything else. That and we've done a lot of work with that, and I think this helps them to give a voice to a third party that they choose to belong to, and they even elect the people that represent them to speak for them.
Is that a question, Senator?
I'm getting there. Well, that's kind of my point. Is how it relates to the frontline workers, because they have that voice for protection, job safety, and any kind of personal equipment they need to perform their job safely.
I don't see how the measure interferes with that. I know we're going to hear all these first line workers crying in the blues about how unfair it is that other people hired might not make the same wage that they do. We've heard all of this before, and these are all selling points from the unions. And what we don't hear from the businesses who would move to New Hampshire and create manufacturing jobs because we're not a right to work state. So these are all, we've heard these pleas and moaning and groaning about all the disadvantages from a right to work bill, but I don't see any, I've never seen an example of it happening.
Thank you, Senator. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much, Senator Reagan. Now, I ask, because we do have a few people who want to speak, I ask that you keep your testimony to 2 minutes. I will obviously allow you to go over a little bit should you need to. Please do not repeat what others have said in depth anyway, and get started. Cameron?
Okay, Mayor Jim Donchis from Nashua. Mr. Mayor, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. I am the mayor of Nashua, Jim Donchis, and I oppose Senate Bill 61, the so-called right to work law. And I have extensive experience, I think, in dealing with union issues. I have now been the mayor of Nashua 2 different times for a total of more than 12 years. And we have and I mentioned Nashua only not because it's more important, but just because I know the circumstances. We have about 17 unions. And the so-called closed shop provision in a union contract can never occur unless the employer agrees to that. I mean, this has to be, it's not imposed by the law. The employer has to agree to it. So if the employer chooses not to agree, there's never a closed shop. So what this bill would do is impair the right of the employer, the freedom of negotiations between the employer and the employee or the union. If the employer, for whatever reason, maybe they get concessions on other fronts. If the employer wants to agree to a closed shop in exchange for something that the employer wants, the employer should be allowed to do that. And on the other hand, if the parties don't reach an agreement regarding the closed shop situation, then there's never a closed shop. So we believe have about 17 unions, and one of them I think has a closed shop, but it's never been a problem. We negotiate, constantly with unions, and the first line workers the essential workers that you've already mentioned, but also teachers and office workers and many others. And we want to maintain the freedom of our negotiations, and therefore the system has worked well for many, many years, and I hope you will leave the current system in place as Senator Kavanaugh has already mentioned, why change this now after all this time? The system has worked well, and I believe will continue to work well. We want, in my opinion, to maintain the freedom of negotiation between the employer and the union to talk about this issue and many others. Again, this can't happen unless the employer agrees to it.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Okay, Senator French. The next person on my list is Gregory Albert from the Department of Justice. However, there are some folks who are raising their hands. Normally what we do is we go through the list of folks who have signed up and then go to hands raised. Senator French, what would you like me to do?
Let's go with those who've signed up first, and you can mix them in as you see fit.
Okay. Gregory Albert from the Department of Justice. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for coming today.
Certainly. Thank you for having me. So I am an Assistant Attorney General in the Consumer Protection and Antitrust Bureau. This morning, I'm speaking on behalf of the entire office, not just my individual bureau. The office is neutral on the bill, but we have concerns specifically about Section 273-D:11, the duty to investigate. So I'm here to share those concerns and absolutely answer any questions you have. Historically, the DOJ has not investigated labor-related cases. What that means is structurally, there are no bureaus within the Department of Justice where the investigation could easily be absorbed into. It would likely mean a creation of a new bureau because the investigations don't fit into the current structure, and the bill as currently written doesn't name the bureau or suggest one, as is often the case, as to who would be responsible. From a resource perspective, we are certainly already resource constrained given our current responsibilities within the criminal justice system and civil, and our response to COVID-19 and all of the investigation and legal time surrounded that. This would add additional resource constraints on an office that already has very significant constraints. We also have concerns about the concurrent jurisdiction with the county attorney's office. As written, it would require both the county attorneys and the Department of Justice to investigate at the same time. That both creates double work and it creates issues with double jeopardy. And this appears to create a new crime. So it's not a Consumer Protection Act violation that my bureau might handle. And it doesn't seem to fit into any of the other aspects. We also have concerns about the use of the shall within Section D:11. So as written, the law would require our department to both investigate and prosecute cases. That creates concerns about the separation of powers. The legislature certainly can make some suggestions, but it is the executive branch that makes the determinations as to who to investigate and who to prosecute. Prosecutorial discretion is the foundation of criminal justice, and as written, it limits our ability to use that discretion. We need to be able to make independent decisions about who to prosecute and who to investigate. I'm happy to take any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Albert. So, Mr. Albert, do you think there'd be an expense to your department? Do you think there should be a fiscal note attached to this bill?
Certainly that would help. The aspect of it not fitting into the investigative and legal work that this department has generally done certainly creates some concern from our perspective, just to get a sense as to how it might fit in if it does.
Okay, thank you. And I assume, Mr. Albert, you're an attorney in New Hampshire, right?
Yes, sir.
And do you have to be a part of the Bar Association to be a practicing attorney in New Hampshire?
In New Hampshire, you do, yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is McCain Bodeker. You should be able to unmute yourself.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. My name is McCain Bodeker, and I'm the Executive Director of New England Citizens for Right to Work. On behalf of our tens of thousands of members and supporters here in New Hampshire, here to speak in support of Senate Bill 61 and the freedom of association that it advances. This bill would protect every individual from being compelled to pay union dues or fees in order to work for a living, finally making New Hampshire the 28th right to work state. Unfortunately, under current law in New Hampshire, a union boss can choose to impose monopoly bargaining on workers, taking away an individual's right to negotiate for themselves. They then demand the government-enforced authority to extract dues or fees from that unconsenting worker, adding insult to injury. As polls show, the vast majority of voters agree. That's just plain wrong. This bill would guarantee workers the right to decide for themselves whether or not a labor union deserves their financial support, the same as any other private organization. Once, when asked if he would support a controversial resolution at a national union convention, former Iowa State Education Association Executive Director Fred Comer said, "Hell no, we don't support it. Iowa's a right to work state. We have to earn our membership. If we supported that, we'd lose too many members." You see, without right to work protections, there's little incentive for union officials to offer a good service to their members because they can compel people to pay them either way. The fact is, good unions don't need forced dues and bad unions don't deserve them. Furthermore, it's clear that right to work would help New Hampshire's economic outlook. From 2009 to 2019, the number of people employed grew by 8.1% in New Hampshire and 9.6% in all such forced unionism states. Right to work states, on the other hand, enjoyed employment growth of 16.9%, more than double ours. And that's no surprise because area development magazine surveys have consistently found anywhere from 50 to 80% of business leaders and site selection consultants consider a state's right to work status either important or very important to their decisions. Furthermore, residents of right to work states enjoy roughly $4,500 more in average cost of living adjusted disposable income per year. So clearly, not only is right to work the morally right thing to do, but protecting this freedom will also help New Hampshire workers and the New Hampshire economy. Therefore, I urge all of you to join me in supporting Senate Bill 61. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Senator Kavanaugh.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you. No, are you familiar with the Taft-Hartley Act of 1947?
Yes, that's actually the federal legislation that specifically authorizes states like New Hampshire to pass state level right to work laws.
So do you think with that law, this is repetitive, that you can't have forced unionizing?
It is not repetitive. It actually is specifically authorized by that law.
Okay. And there was also an article in the Union Leader the past couple months too about some other groups that you formed in New Hampshire, political action committees, correct?
Pardon?
There was a list of other political action committees that you formed in New Hampshire?
Here to answer questions about the bill as opposed to me as an individual, but
Okay,
yeah.
thank you.
Any other questions pertaining to this bill? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Okay, the next person on my list is John Buenopain. John, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, John Bonapane. Can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for coming today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, for members of the committee, for giving me this opportunity today. My name is John Bonapane. I'm a representative with the United Steelworkers Union. I do live in Massachusetts, and I know a lot of people probably don't want to hear from anybody from Massachusetts today, but I can tell you that for over 20 years, I've proudly represented Massachusetts and New Hampshire employees at a bunch of different companies, Liberty Utilities, AmeriGas, Unitil, Northeastern Utilities. And I have to really say today that I'm surprised. I'm surprised that today in 2021, and I say this with all respect to everybody on the committee, that people think right to work is something that's good for working New Hampshire families. I can send you data, you've probably seen a ton of it, that says it doesn't work for employees. It doesn't attract the type of jobs that New Hampshire has and needs. So I think it's something you really have to spend some time and look at it. Union density in this country is at an all-time low. One of the reasons for this, right to work laws and other anti-employee laws. People don't want this type of legislation. I know there's people out there that do. I know there's people out there that like the fact that union density is at an all-time low, but working people, informed working people, don't, and especially the people in New Hampshire. As you heard already, the people of New Hampshire, through their representation, have said no to right to work 37 times. I think that's all you need to know, because nothing's really changed with the law. The law in itself it's completely disingenuous. Anybody who spent any time looking at what it does and what it says knows that it forces people, because of the National Labor Relations Act and decided litigation, it forces organizations, unions, to represent people without payment. That's un-American. If that was any other organization in this country, there'd be an outcry. I can't believe that the good people of New Hampshire want that to happen. I know. Again, I represent a lot of people. I've represented a lot of people throughout the years who work in New Hampshire, dealt with a lot of issues that impact not just my members, the people that I represent, but all working people in New Hampshire. They don't want it. Unions, as Senator Kavanaugh said, they help give people a voice. They help give people directions in their livelihood. They help do that with other employees. Very difficult to do with a large company or a corporation. I think everybody understands that. Every one of us has had to deal with a company or a corporation. Know, especially now, how difficult it is to do that. Unions help people do that. Right to work completely undermines a union's ability to do that, to help people, working people. That's what this is about. And I have to take exception to what Senator Reagan said earlier. I think it's disrespectful and demeaning to say that working people in New Hampshire that are going to testify today don't know what works for them, don't know what's good for them, moaning and groaning. That's not the people you're going to hear today. These are working people. And a lot of them didn't have to be asked to do this, to talk today in opposition to this bill. So please support working families and oppose this legislation. Thank you. With all respect, thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay, the next person I have is Janice Kelbel. Janice, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning, Chairman French and members of the committee.
Good morning.
This is Janice Kelby, and I'm a retired postal worker. I live in Hooksett, New Hampshire. I joined my union immediately after I was hired, and I worked midnight shift at a mail processing plant for over 29 years. As a single parent at the time, I knew that the benefits that made me want the job with the Postal Service had been obtained through negotiations with the union. This is probably more evident with the Postal Service than it is in many other workplaces, because the Postal Service had a group of employees that are called casuals. They were not necessarily short-term employees. Some of them worked for more than 10 years. Casuals were not a part of the bargaining unit and could not belong to the union. This made the difference so obvious between what the Postal Service gave to employees out of the kindness of their hearts and what was negotiated by the union. It was crystal clear that benefits obtained by the union are the reason that people seek positions with the Postal Service. Casuals who often did identical work had wages that were less than our own. They earned no sick leave, had no health benefits, and no retirement benefits. Nobody was knocking the door down to become a casual. What they wanted were career jobs, the jobs with union negotiated benefits. Those who tell you they want nothing to do with the union are not telling the whole truth. What they do want is the benefits that are achieved by the union, and that's why they're seeking a job in that workplace. Sadly, working for the USPS is something like being in a right-to-work state. People who choose not to join the union are not required to pay any share of the cost of negotiations or representation. Fortunately, most postal workers still do join the union, but there is a division and a resentment caused by the people who enjoy our same benefits while the members foot the bill for the collective bargaining. The division doesn't benefit the workers and it doesn't benefit the employer, and it certainly does nothing to increase productivity. Personally, I would no more desire to sit in the cafeteria to socialize with these non-members than to sit down for coffee with a thief who just broke into my house. To me, they're both doing the same thing. They're reaching into my back pocket to help themselves. The union is obligated by law to represent these people, and yet they make the same amount of money as I do and pay nothing, not even for their own personal representation. I know that in my local represented a non-union member in arbitration, and the dues, I paid dues to help foot the bill for his case. More than 15 years ago, the actual arbitration cost alone was over $1,500 for just a one-day hearing, and he didn't pay a single cent of that cost. To me, that's crazy. Considerable resources are also required in order to negotiate a contract that makes a workplace an attractive place to work. Our contract provides that if the parties reach an impasse at the end of the negotiating period, the disputes will be decided by the national level arbitrator. Years ago, I testified in a national arbitration case about job duties of a mail processing clerk. I heard testimony from economists, ergonomic experts, safety specialists, and rank and file workers. While listening to the testimony, especially that of the economist, I wondered how many hours of research and preparation went into her testimony. The union paid for that work, and without her testimony, we never would have obtained the upgrade and pay for that job. The gains achieved in that arbitration were gains that benefited all of us, even the guy who didn't pay for his personal representation. People should contribute to cost of services they receive. It's really that simple. Imagine if the people in New Hampshire felt they could simply not pay their fair share for road improvements. So they didn't pay taxes and they insisted that you repair the potholes on their street. It's pretty much the same thing. People right now have a real right to work in New Hampshire. We have the right to choose to work in a union shop, or we have the right to choose to work in a non-union shop. Most workplaces don't have a fair share clause. Such a clause only exists if agreed to by both the employer and the union. If an employer agrees to negotiate this condition, the state of New Hampshire has no business interfering with this employment policy, just as they would have no business interfering with the dress code established for the workplace. If an individual doesn't like the employment policies agreed to by the parties, they're free to seek work at a place that has no such policies, or they can convince the workers to not extend that agreement at the end of the contract. If we choose to work in a union shop, it's our responsibility to pay for the benefits we reap in the environment. My union struggles to meet financial burden caused by those people who refuse to pay their fair share. If enough people decided not to pay their fair share, the union would be seriously weakened and its existence would be threatened. That would have a really negative impact on our state. Without the benefits negotiated by my union, I couldn't afford a house. I probably couldn't even live in New Hampshire, frankly. But I couldn't afford medical costs and I couldn't afford to be able to support local businesses the way I do now. The bill does nothing to expand anyone's right to work. It would serve only to weaken unions and to lower our standard of living. Passing this legislation would also allow safety standards in the workplace to decline. Even non-union workplaces have benefited greatly because of workplace safety measures that have been fought for and funded by union dues. What I am asking today is not that you make everyone in a workplace have a union or belong to a union. I'm only asking that you not get in the way of unions and employers who choose to freely negotiate a clause requiring workers to do the right thing by paying their share of the costs of services provided to them. The bottom line is the state should not interfere with collective bargaining. And I just want to add one other thing, and that is to say that a company will not come to New Hampshire because we are not right to work is absolutely ludicrous. An associate representation fee, that kind of a clause, requires the agreement of both the employer and the union. So if a company is not coming, why aren't they? Don't they understand that? They can simply refuse to negotiate that clause. That's not a reason that they're not coming to New Hampshire. It's an excuse to try to harm working people. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. All those listening, please, we want to hear from everybody today. I'm trying to keep this to 2 minutes on each person. We have a lot of people to go through. I know when you're giving your testimony, 2 minutes may not seem like a long time, but oftentimes it goes into 10 or 12 minutes, and we just want to hear from everybody today. So if I find you're going over too much, I am going to interrupt you and ask you to wrap it up. So that being noted, Cameron?
The next person on my list is David Dell'isola. David, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can everybody hear me?
We can. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the rest of the committee for letting me speak here today. My name is Dave Dell'isola. I'm a resident of Derry, and I am a proud member of the United Steelworkers Local 12012. Our local represents over 200 natural gas workers and propane workers in New Hampshire. Our members work for Liberty Utilities, Unitil Utilities, and AmeriGas. And I'm here today to oppose right to work in New Hampshire. I personally have witnessed from working in other parts of the country that right to work weakens the collective bargaining power of workers. In turn, leads to lower wages, fewer benefits, and overall higher turnover of the workforce. It will weaken the ability of companies in New Hampshire to attract highly skilled, experienced, and loyal workers. I feel, as do many of others I talk to in the utility industry, that it is imperative to have a qualified, experienced, and skilled workforce that the utility companies in New Hampshire desperately seek. Safely and efficiently keep the heat and the lights on. Without strong unions that can negotiate for better pay and benefits, skilled workers will simply drive the half hour or so down to Mass, work for the higher wages and better benefits that they deserve. Seems like every 2 or 3 years, right to work comes up on the docket, and obviously 39 times, it's a little more than I thought. And every 2 or 3 years, it gets voted down. It gets voted down, I believe, because your constituents do not want anything to do with right to work in New Hampshire. Workers of New Hampshire historically do not want the government to interfere with private businesses' agreements between them and their employers, unless the companies are being negligent to the health and safety of said workers. And to be honest, I don't think New Hampshire companies want the government to get involved with their business either. Unless, of course, it will help them weaken unions and allow them to make more of a profit at the cost of the worker, which right to work will certainly accomplish. So I implore this body to protect the workers of New Hampshire from this assault on their ability to collectively bargain with their employer. Stronger unions will provide New Hampshire families with higher wages, better benefits, and an overall stronger workforce for our state. Please vote no on SB 61. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Okay, the next person on my list is Greg Moore, who I saw earlier but no longer see. So I'll go to the next person on my list, which is Rick Galinas. Rick, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee for taking the time to hear me. Senate Bill 61 is, quote, an act prohibiting collective bargaining agreements that require employees to join a labor union. Can this be any more misleading? The truth is that nobody can be forced to join a labor union. Passed in 1947, the Taft-Hartley Act ended compulsory union membership. Employees already have that, quote, freedom of choice referenced in the text of this bill. Let's be honest. The bill's true intent is to deprive labor organizations of the financial resources they need to negotiate good wages and benefits for workers. It is being pushed here by out-of-state moneyed interests seeking to divide our people and further the wealth gap in our country. Workers in so-called right-to-work states make on average 15% less annually than workers in other states. Personally, I have been at my place of employment for nearly 33 years. In all that time, I have been a member of my union. At times, I have held various leadership positions, and in that time, I have served on the bargaining committee and participated in the negotiation of 6 agreements. At no time did my employer or a coworker ever propose what this ill-intended legislation seeks to do, which begs the question as to why would the government want to insert itself into this process? Why would you want to alter this component of the New Hampshire advantage? Thanks to my union contract and my employer, I find myself squarely in the middle class. I was able to buy my own home at 23 years old. I have the disposable income to take my family skiing or any number of other activities. I'm able to support my church. I'm able to contribute to deserving organizations such as the New Hampshire Food Bank, New Hampshire Special Olympics, New Hampshire Public Radio, New Hampshire Public Television, the Nashua Soup Kitchen and Shelter, the Nashua Children's Home, and more. It seems to me this bill is a solution to a problem that doesn't exist here in the 603. I ask you to consider the unintended consequences of its becoming law, and I respectfully ask you to oppose this bill. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Okay, Senator French, the next person I have on my list is Mike Quinn. And if it's all right with you, after Mr. Quinn speaks, I'll go to the 2 folks who have had their hand raised for a little
That'd be great. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Quinn, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yep, can you hear me all right?
Yep, we can. Thank you.
Chairman French and committee, thank you for letting me speak to you today. My name is Mike Quinn. I'm the president of the United Steelworkers Local 1203. I represent 107 New Hampshire gas workers at Liberty Utilities. I'm speaking today in opposition of SB 61. The right to work sounds like a great name for a jobs bill, but this may be the most misleading name of any bill ever created. We already have the right to work in this great nation. The sole purpose behind this bill is to break down the foundations of unions, one brick at a time. The title of this bill should be renamed to The Right to Divide Union Workplaces. Unions have been the backbone of labor for years in this country. They've lifted up workers to better wages, better benefits, and safer workplaces. This bill will divide the union workforce. If passed, non-union members will be allowed to not pay dues and still reap the benefits of their collective bargaining agreement. This creates unnecessary division in the workplace that creates disruptions and inefficiencies in day-to-day operation. It pits worker versus worker within the same working conditions. These workers who willingly accepted a union position, knowing that dues were part of their employment, would now be allowed to renege on paying their fair share. This committee has a tremendous opportunity today to show their constituents that New Hampshire can reach across party lines and vote down SB 61, a bill that is not only wrong for workers, but for businesses in New Hampshire. I thank you for your time today.
Well, thank you very much. Mr. Quinn, one question. In your union, what's the average dues?
The average dues, are you looking at weekly? It's a percentage. It's actually about 0.25% of your pay. Weekly.
Quarter of 1% of your pay.
Yes, weekly. It ends up averaging, we're in the utility business, so it averages around $20 a week, potentially.
Thank you. Thanks. I'm curious. Any other questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony today. Cameron?
Okay, Senator French, I'm going to go to Carl Gagnon, who has his hand raised. Carl, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you for coming.
Thank you so much. So, good morning, and my name is Carl Gagnon. I'd like to thank the Senate for allowing me to share my thoughts on Senate Bill 61. I'm a native of New Hampshire. I'm a disabled veteran of the United States Air Force. I'm a former uniformed sergeant of the Berlin Police Department, and I'm also a Republican voter. I'm opposed to this bill for a number of reasons. Please let me take a moment to share some of my thoughts. First and foremost, this bill violates the spirit of a free enterprise in our New Hampshire economy. I would ask my fellow Republicans on this committee to think about that for a moment. You're injecting government into a free exchange of fees for services in our state. I consider that an overreach of government control. This is a basic fairness issue. If you pass this bill and release workers from paying for their services they enjoy, you create free riders. Senate Bill 61 creates winners and losers in our New Hampshire economy. By voting yes, you're saying that you support workers being provided union benefits to workers even though they don't have to pay for those benefits. You would never support that in any other sector of our New Hampshire economy. So why target the groups providing these essential services to their workers? Let me give you an example. A significant portion of union dues from members fund safety training necessary to protect workers from harm. While working on various projects, for example, these in the construction industries, such as steel workers, home builders, electrical workers, painters, all of them go through substantial training and must be certified before entering work sites. There are various training facilities all over the state, such as the International Union of Painters and Allied Trades training facility in Brentwood, and the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers training facility in Barrington. Dues fund those operations at these sites. It's where we teach our members to do their job and to do it safely. Take a look at the data according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Among all industries in the nation, the workplace death rate is 49% higher in states with right to work laws. What we're talking about here are flesh and blood human beings who set out every day to do their best at work and to come home safely while providing for their families. I also believe that by watering down rules regarding fees required for the services provided, you're essentially making it easier for corporations to gut safety practices. I saw for myself how safety training and safe working habits were of primary importance on union jobs. And after retiring from the union, I see how standard safety practices are set aside on non-union jobs. On safety alone, this is a bad idea. One more note, as a conservative who values keeping separate the actions of business and government, consider this. Existing federal laws make it illegal to force a worker to join a union, and employees already have the right to make their own decisions about their place of employment. This bill essentially injects all of you in between an employer and an employee workplace contract negotiation. Why? How do you know better than the employer and the employees in question? Doesn't a free market empower people to make their own decisions? If you pass this, the right to work law will basically undermine our free market process while also weakening the relationship between employers and employees. Please reconsider this approach and recognize that our state's workplace economy isn't broken in this regard. It seems to me that I should not be telling a Republican chamber to let the free market operate without government interference. Passing this bill without thought of how this will impact my union brothers and sisters does not sound like compassionate conservatism and ideals that have been at the forefront of why I'm a Republican. That's why I'm opposed, and that's why I would like to see the Republicans on this committee vote no on Senate Bill 61. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gagnon. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Cameron, could you bring Mark Mix in?
Mr. Mix, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, can you hear me okay?
I can. Thank you for coming.
Thank you, Senator French, and for members of the committee for the opportunity to talk. Obviously, been listening into the testimony. The first thing I want to say that nothing in Senate Bill 61 denies a worker or an individual the right to join and participate in a labor union. The idea that this is an infringement on state business relations is really also a misnomer as well. This is the federal government that has imposed compulsory unionism on the entire country back in 1935. And the notion that the right to work laws, no one's been forced to join a union since 1947 is also incorrect. The statute says that you can be forced to join a union. And it wasn't until 1963 in a Supreme Court case called General Motors, where formal membership in a union was outlawed. They basically said that was a bridge too far. But workers in America can still be forced to pay up to full 100% dues in order to keep their jobs. Obviously, the rhetoric around the right to work law is about, somehow you're attacking unions. The fact is, it doesn't stop anyone from joining, participating, giving their entire paycheck to a labor union. 27 states have these laws on the books, including Michigan, Indiana, Wisconsin, West Virginia, and Kentucky that have passed their laws in the last 9 years. Those states have actually seen increases in union density. In fact, New Hampshire lost 7,000 union members from 2019 to 2020, and yet right-to-work states had an increase of 177,000 union members with just a net loss during this last year of 9,000, while forced unionism states had a net loss of 301,000 union members. 14 of the states that have right to work laws actually increased union membership last year. 13 of the states that don't have right to work laws actually decreased union membership last year. This is about individual freedom. And the argument that we're talking about here is simply an argument against the workers that union officials claim to represent. They're saying that if workers are given the choice, they may decide for whatever reason that they decide to do, that they wouldn't financially support a labor union. Labor unions that represent workers will gladly earn the support of those workers that are receiving the benefits. And this notion that there's benefits out there, you have to define what that is, because in many union situations, a lot of workers are discriminated against simply because they haven't been on the job longer than the guy who's 1 day above them or 1 year above them. And so the notion of benefit is something that an individual employee should make a value judgment about. Repealing compulsory unionism is not an infringement on workers. In fact, the federal law requires employers to negotiate over a union security clause, which is the clause in every contract or most contracts that force workers to pay dues or fees or lose their jobs. I mean, there's so much more here to talk about, but the bill itself is extremely simple. If workers want to join a union, they will do that. If they want to support the union, they will do that. And workers across the country have decided to do that. If a worker has opposition to a union and what the union's standing for and how the union's negotiating and how the union's behaving, they shouldn't be compelled to support that. The idea that their right to speak for themselves has been taken away by federal law under exclusive representation, which union officials demand in every contract. If they're elected as the bargaining agent, they will become the sole voice in a workplace. Unions don't have to be the exclusive bargaining agent. In fact, the law says they don't have to request that. They could represent their members only. So with that, Senator, I appreciate the time. I'll be listening and hopefully can answer any questions that any of the senators would have or anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions? Senator Susie.
Yes. Could you tell me who you represent and where you are from?
I'm currently in our headquarters here in Springfield, Virginia, and I am the president of the National Right to Work Committee. We're about a 3 million member organization across the country that survives on voluntary contributions of individuals who support a worker's choice to decide whether or not they want to financially support a labor union. Senator Kavanaugh, I think you had your hand up.
Yes, no, thank you. I was asking the same question. I think I missed that in the beginning.
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing you.
I think you had said where you were from, so.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Presenting, so,
Yeah.
thank you.
Thank you. And anyone speaking, please state your name and who you represent before you start your testimony in the future. I'd appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's all
Sorry,
for the record and we need to know. So thank you very much, Mr. Mix.
Okay.
Cameron?
Okay. Let's see. James Petrillo, who has had his hand raised for a period of time now.
Good, put him on.
You should be able to unmute yourself, James.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. Thank you for this moment.
Yes, welcome.
My name's Jim Petrillo. I've been with the Teamsters Union for 29 years. I've been a shop steward for 26 of those 29 years. And I think it's appalling that if this bill passes, that I would have to represent somebody that's not paying their way, that they get all the benefits, everything negotiated, and I still have to represent them and they're not paying for it. If I was broken down on the side of the highway and I called AAA, the first thing they're going to ask me is, are you a member? They're going to say, I say, no, they're going to hang up. I'm going to be sitting on the side of the road for the rest of the day. I think it's absolutely appalling that this bill is even coming forward. I urge you people to vote it down. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for keeping it short. Cameron?
Okay, Senator French, there has been a flood of hands raised. I'm going to go back to the list of folks who have signed up to speak, if that's
Okay.
all right with you.
Sure, why don't you?
Okay.
I see Greg Moore was signed up before he's in.
Yes. Yep. Let me.
Go on in, please.
Okay, Mr. Moore, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, and I apologize. I was testifying in another bill in the House. My name is Greg Moore. I am the state director with Americans for Prosperity, and we're here today to testify in support of Senate Bill 61. There is a substantial amount of economic data showing the benefits of right to work. We here with AFP have done 2 white papers ourselves in 2014 and 2017 that demonstrate the beneficial effects of right to work legislation should New Hampshire pass such a law, particularly given the fact that we would be the only state in the Northeast that would have right to work protections. And I would gladly provide any of those resources available. They are available on our website. However, I want to spend a little bit of time taking on some of the challenges of the opponents. The first one is that right to work interferes with a relationship between an employee and employer. The fact remains, as Mr. Mix said a few moments ago, that the real interference is in federal law when a union, when they are certified, they choose to exclusively represent all employees. So the real interference takes place by the union in between a relationship between the employer and the non-union members of that workplace. And right to work lessens that interference. And so right to work actually interferes less than the existing law at the federal level. And the second point I'd like to make is there's an argument, why should unions represent non-members if non-members aren't paying any dues? The answer here is the fact that in many labor agreements, the non-union member has no right to be represented by anybody but the union members, the union representative, and so they couldn't bring in their own representation even if they wanted to. And the other thing is, because they're having their rights to bargain taken away from them, they have given up something. The idea that they're paying they're not paying anything. They're actually giving up quite a bit. They've given up the right to negotiate for their own compensation, their own terms and conditions of employment. So they have given something up. And then finally, I would just like to talk a little bit about the argument about wages. The argument is put forward that it's right to work for less. Well, in fact, in right to work states, wage growth is faster than non-right to work states. Secondarily, in the 5 states that have passed right to work laws in the past decade, none of them saw reductions in wages. All of them saw wage increases. So I think that's another argument that frankly doesn't have any factual basis behind it. So with that, I'll stop and I'll be happy to take any questions from the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Moore. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Jonathan Nuno. Jonathan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Jonathan Nuno. I am a Nashua, New Hampshire resident. As a New Hampshire resident and a business representative for Local 352 with the Carpenters Union in Manchester, New Hampshire, I am asking you opposed to Senate Bill 61. This legislation is bad for workers and is wrong for New Hampshire. As we are asked to cut it short, I'm going to keep it as asked and right to the point on why it's bad for New Hampshire and workers. Studies show that the states that are right to work have significant lower wages, poverty rates are higher, and fewer workers have health insurance. And these hard economic times, I think we should focus on creating good paying jobs with benefits instead of passing laws that make it harder for New Hampshire families to survive. From my personal experience working open shop for most of my career, then becoming a union member afterwards, it's like night and day. Thanks to the Carpenters Union, I have been able to buy a home, health insurance, and have I've never been able to get that in the open shop. Ever since I joined the union, my life changed. My family's life changed. I get a better wage. I actually get treated like a human being, and I make a decent living. I am a strong believer that New Hampshire residents have the right to a fair wage and full benefits, just like I do. I don't see why anybody would vote for this in the state of New Hampshire. That's all I wanted to say.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, I appreciate you coming in today. Cameron?
Okay, the next person I have is Tom Mooney. Let's see. Okay, Tom, you should be able to unmute yourself. I don't know why you have camera abilities.
Just lucky, I guess.
Good morning. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak to you today. I come to this discussion representing myself as a lifelong citizen of New Hampshire and also as a proud union member of IBEW Local 490. I'm a 5th-year apprentice. I will keep my remarks brief. I am speaking out against this bill. It is not what we stand for here in New Hampshire. We've already discussed, it's already been discussed earlier that it's been brought to the table 39 times previously, so I'm not going to belabor that point. It has been voted down repeatedly. This brings us to today's hearing. If this legislation was voted down previously, it proves that the legislature, no matter what side of the aisle you are on, understands the value of unions and the vital role that unions play in securing jobs for working people. This legislation does nothing for the working people of New Hampshire. It actually is detrimental. It should be named right to work for less, as has been mentioned earlier. The average wage in right to work states is an average of $8,700 less per year than the same wages in non-right to work states like New Hampshire. A specific piece in this bill I'd like to speak to is 273 Delta 8, coercion and intimidation prohibited. 5 years ago, I voluntarily walked into the IBEW Local 490 office looking for work. I was employed at the time in the North Country of New Hampshire at the Mount Washington Hotel, which was part of a large corporation. I was looking for a change. In no way did I feel pressured or coerced to join this organization. In fact, the gentleman I spoke to wanted to make sure I was serious about joining, as I'm in my mid-40s now. A lot of people join the union at a younger age. I have no regrets. Do I speak to other electricians about the union? Yes, I do. Am I proud of what I'm a part of? Yes. Have I had conversations with people that have no love for unions? Yes. Am I upset when someone has no interest in the union? No. Do I pressure people to join in the conversation? No. I know what I have in my hands. I've worked in many different organizations. Pardon me, I've worked in many different industries since I graduated from St. Anselm College in 2001. I need to go back to something I did say. I do have a regret. I do not regret a day of my education. My only regret is I did not find this opportunity to be a part of this union 20 years ago. I'm a father, a brother, a son, and an uncle. My 6-year-old wants to be an electrician when he grows up. I hope that he'll follow in my footsteps and join the union, but alas, it's his choice, not mine. This legislation is not good for New Hampshire families. It's good for the CEOs and investors because it allows them to pay less on bids and contracts. Please vote against this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moody. Any questions? Seeing none? I want to know your secret on getting online, but thank you very much.
But probably.
Okay. Give me 1 second here. Okay, so the next person on my list is Richard Metcalf. Richard, you should be able to unmute yourself.
All right, can you hear me?
We can. Thank you for coming.
Good morning, Chairman French and members of the committee. My name is Richard Metcalf. I live in Bristol, New Hampshire, and I'm strongly opposed to Senate Bill 61. I'm speaking for myself. And I do want to add, I'm a little bit insulted that just because I have an opinion here, someone would assume that I've just been riled up by somebody else, or that I'm here to, as it was said earlier, moan and groan. I'm here to talk about my life experiences. First off, like other people have said, I'm greatly disturbed that we're even really considering this bill this session. This is a time our state is besieged by a pandemic. We all know all the problems. My wife and I are staring at the same screen because in our area, we can't get strong enough internet to have 2 computers or 2 phones on at the same time. There's many important issues facing our state. You heard some of them this morning, but this is not one of them. We shouldn't be taking up our time after this has been defeated year after year. Secondly, the so-called right to work, in my view, has nothing to do with the rights or work. It is falsely named. And just a week ago, we observed Dr. Martin Luther King's birthday. In 1961, Dr. King said the following, quote, "In our glorious fight for civil rights, we must guard against being fooled by false slogans such as right to work. It is a law to rob us of our civil rights and job rights. Its purpose is to destroy unions and the freedom of collective bargaining by which unions have improved wages and working conditions of everyone." End quote. His words then are just as true today. Finally, I want to say I've been a union member for 45 years. I'm currently a retired member of Labor's local union 668. I have worked in both so-called open and closed shops. Here in New Hampshire, under current laws, people have said employees have the freedom of choice to decide whether to organize a union, and freedom of choice of whether to bargain a contract that requires an employee to be a union member or does not require an employee to be a union member. In my town of Bristol, for example, the largest employer here has a union with a contract that provides that employees can either be members or not be members of the union. In other words, this bill seems to me to be more a partisan overreach that will restrict our rights and rather than expand them. I urge you to consider these facts and to discharge this bill and vote against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Metcalf. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Hope Hutchinson. However, I do not see her on the list. If she raises her hand, we can come back to her in a moment.
Want to take Bill?
Sure. Phil, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, how you doing? My name
Great.
is Phil Leary. I'm representing on part of myself. I am a proud member of the IUPAT, Painters and Allied Trades District Council 35. I'm a resident and taxpayer in the state of New Hampshire. I've been involved with organized labor for 20 years. Being part of a union is always knowing that a union has back and bargains on your behalf in wages and benefits. And I receive for myself and my family is the greatest feeling to have. Knowing that you can retire at a decent age is what I strive for. Every worker already has the right to join a union or not. The New Hampshire motto is live free or die. Being a union member paying dues is right for the union to collective bargain on your behalf. It's no different than any other membership you would have to pay at a golf course or gym. Or I may add the Chamber of Commerce, which charges you a $25 application fee. And I quote, once we review your application, we'll invoice you for your membership dues, and then we will off and running. The safest, most trained, skilled labor is union labor. We fight every day, not just for union labor, but for labor in general. This so-called right to work bill is nothing as it reads. It is right to work for less. And studies show that right to work states make $10,000 less a year, and CEOs get 320 times richer off the back of the workers. Unions make up 7% of the workforce in this country. This country was built on union labor. Because of organized labor and the right to collectively bargain, we have the safest workers and work sites going, and this is factual information. Thank you for your time, and I'd like to oppose this bill.
Thank you for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay, I believe that this is Hope Hutchinson. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you. I apologize. I wasn't paying attention to my computer part. I apologize to the committee. My name is Hope Hutchinson. I live in Merrimack County. I work for Liberty in Londonderry, New Hampshire, and I oppose this bill. I am a member of the 12012-09. The reason why I oppose this bill is the funding that we do have for dues, and I gladly give my dues, helps go to some of the programs for our citizens of New Hampshire. Some of those programs include Women of Steel, which is a women's part of the group that helps women in the financial planning of their family and themselves. It helps with college, helps with job interviews. It's a mentoring program. The women of the union truly use this part of the programs that we have that are able to help them learn and grow. Another part of the dues goes to the next gen. The next gen is the younger members of the union getting a mentoring program, a helping hand, a way to learn the business from the ground up, a way to have them learn the ins and outs of the job and grow with the company. When you have these younger people and these women in these positions, they tend to stay with the company longer. They grow from this. They go to other departments. It's a very good program. And I do believe that if the unions are not getting the dues to help fund these, some of your citizens, some of your constituents are missing out on these opportunities. They do everything from helping you gather breast screening for breast cancer all the way up to education. Please do not pass this SB 61. It's not good for the up and coming and some of the women here in the union. And I thank you for your time. And if you have any questions, I'll gladly answer them.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Anything from any of the committee members? Nope, seeing none, thank you very much. Cameron?
Senator French, you said there were some folks you wanted specifically to get to at noon.
So-
Do you know if they're here?
So we're at noon. I would like us, we have some first responders that asked if they could come in and speak. If you are a first responder or a essential worker, just if you could just raise your hand on the icon and we'll work you in, we'll get you in. And if we see none, we'll be going by the list for the next few minutes, next 20 minutes or so. Thank you.
Okay, if you're on the phone, to raise your hand, dial *9.
And if you're on your computer, just press that little icon, correct?
Yes.
And if you're not a first responder, just take your hand down, please. Okay, tell someone.
Okay. There is one hand raised. But
Good,
it
go
was-
with it.
Okay. All right, Jim Durkin, you should be able to unmute yourself.
There we go. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we can. Thank you for coming.
Sure. Thank you, Senator, members of the committee. Jim Durkin, representing more than 4,000 hardworking AFSCME Council 93 public sector workers in the state, and here today in strong opposition to the bill. Look, as far as public sector unions are concerned, we've been a right-to-work country since the June 2018 Supreme Court ruling on the Janus case. Yet we believe all unions need to be here today in solidarity to oppose this latest effort to make New Hampshire the first right-to-work state in our region of the country. An effort that didn't truly originate here in this state, but rather within the headquarters of the National Right to Work Foundation, more than 500 miles away in Virginia, where this legislation was drafted and ultimately cut and pasted almost verbatim into the bill before you today. But given the requirement to provide free representation to workers who exercise their right to let their coworkers pay for the benefits of union representation has been a reality for us for some time now, some might wonder why we're here today to oppose the bill. And there are a lot of reasons, but the short answer is we know the dire consequences that have followed when states pass right-to-work laws, and I'll name just a few. When there isn't a strong union present to fight for things like workplace safety, more workers are likely to get hurt or even killed on the job. And when workers don't have a strong union fighting for decent wages and health care, they're forced to increasingly rely on taxpayer-funded public assistance programs and have less money to spend in the local economy. So while some businesses may prosper from providing lousy wages and benefits, many more suffer, especially smaller businesses, from the reduced buying power of workers. Then, of course, there's the question of fundamental fairness. It's one that's always been a part of this debate. Many legislators know that workers who choose, for whatever reason, not to support the union by paying dues still receive the same pay increases and the other economic benefits in the contract. But in fighting this legislation over many years, I found that very few are aware that right-to-work laws also require the union to provide free legal representation to non-dues paying workers who, may have been suspended or fired or simply denied a benefit or protection in the contract. Unions are legally bound to provide a vigorous defense of these workers, and it can cost thousands of dollars, especially if the case ends up in arbitration. I can't help but wonder how many New Hampshire lawmakers who will be voting on this bill are still unaware of this fact. And if so, how many have chosen to accept as undisputed truth all of the arguments put forward by the individuals who drafted this legislation and are counting on you to quickly pass it into law? Look, I'll close with this. If this bill does become law, I dare say you won't hear from the people in Virginia who drafted this bill again. But you will hear from and you will see the many faces of your neighbors, your friends, and even your family members who are hurt by it. And you'll see its negative impact in the communities in your districts for many years to come. I thank you for your time and consideration, and also for your continued dedication to public service during these extraordinarily difficult times.
Thank you, Mr. Durkin. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, I appreciate you coming today. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Reverend John Gregory Davis. Reverend, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, thank you. Yes, I am the Reverend John Gregory Davis, co-pastor of the Congregational Church in Meriden, New Hampshire. I'll try to be brief. I really am here in part to dispute what was said at the very beginning, that you'd only hear opposition from riled up union members. I've never been part of a union. Most of the members of my church are not part of unions. But you know what? We're human beings, and we recognize justice and injustice when we see it. And there's two arguments I want to make against this bill. One is that it's as foolish from the perspective of protecting workers as if we had a right to drive bill and said, when you come up to a toll booth, you have the right to drive without putting anything in the toll booth because you just don't feel like paying. But much more importantly, and I think this is the part you really need to think about, the people who are proposing this have chosen deliberately to lie to you, to be dishonest. They don't have enough courage or integrity to tell you what this is really about. You know as well as we do, there's nothing about this that's right to work. It's falsely misnamed. Why? Because they trust that you'll want to do something good for workers, so they choose to give you a false name. It's really the right to exploit. The reason this exists is not to protect workers, it's to protect employers and to make sure that there's no obligation to pay workers fairly. This is not right for New Hampshire. That's why we've rejected it many times. And you need to know it isn't just union members that oppose this. People of conscience and faith, among whom I hope you are, also recognize that this is wrong for New Hampshire. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, and thank you for keeping to the time limit. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, I appreciate you coming today. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on the list is the Reverend Dr. Gail Kinney. I do not see her in the list. So the next person on the list is Tyler Eaton. Let me see. Oh, it looks like the Reverend Dr. Gail has raised her hand. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you so much. Honorable Chairman and members of the committee, my name is Gail Kinney. I'm a resident of Canaan, and I'm a minister with the United Church of Christ. And I'm speaking today on behalf of the Economic Justice Team of the New Hampshire United Church of Christ. And the UCC is also known as the Congregationalists, and we're the largest Protestant denomination in New Hampshire. And I just want to affirm, as several others have, I have not been riled up by anyone except my own moral conscience in terms of being here today and wanting to speak to you. So my faith and my moral convictions prompt me to ask you, why would this committee and why would the Senate, in a staunchly sort of limited government state, give any thought to embracing a law that calls on the state to intervene in the human resource affairs of private New Hampshire businesses and tell them what provisions they cannot put into their collective bargaining agreements in the event that a union exists in their workplace, even if the employer believes that that provision would advance workforce cohesion and productivity? And why would this committee or the Senate embrace a law that has as its primary purpose pitting one worker against another so that worker cohesion is weakened and therefore worker bargaining power is substantially harmed? So the biblical Gospel of Mark in chapter 3 says, a house divided against itself cannot stand. And the well-heeled out-of-state proponents of this legislation know that if workers in unionized workplaces are divided by laws such as Senate Bill 61, their collective voice may be far less able to negotiate contracts that provide living wages for full-time work, not to mention investments in safe and healthy workplaces. That's absolutely what the out-of-state proponents of this bill want, but is that what you want? So I want to make two other points quickly. So well over 3 decades ago, and I can't remember the exact year, I had the unfulfilled dream of becoming a New Hampshire state representative. So after I had filed my candidacy, I heard over and over again from the National Right to Work Committee. I got numerous, very distorting mailings and a questionnaire that I was intensely pressured to fill out. And the pressure didn't let up during the entire electoral season. And frankly, the pressure tactics, in my view, amounted to bullying. And I didn't even understand at the time, unfortunately, what it was all about and why that bullying was existing from somebody out of state. I didn't understand what right to work was, but that was many years ago. And I wonder how many millions of dollars this out-of-state group has spent since then trying to interfere in New Hampshire policymaking. So my second point is a question to each of you. Do you know, are you aware of what the origins of right to work are and where this bill really came from? So right to work laws bubbled up in the Jim Crow South in the 1940s and beyond. They were all about worker division and nothing more than that, worker weakening and worker division. And particularly, they were about trying to create a divide between Black workers and white workers whenever there was even a hint that those workers wanted to unionize together collectively. So one of the key architects of right to work laws was a wealthy industrialist and lobbyist from Texas named Vance Muse. Vance Muse. And academics have described his efforts as an anti-labor crusade. And in a US Senate hearing, as he was talking about his interest in weakening labor, Mr. Muse once said, "I'm a Southerner and I'm a white supremacist." And his literature promoting right to work laws included a particularly sickening statement. And I want to ask for your forgiveness in advance for repeating his words. They're truly disgusting, but you need to know where this right to work movement came from. So his literature said, and that if right to work laws were not passed, and then quote, white women and white men will be forced into organizations, meaning unions, with Black African apes whom they will have to call brother or lose their jobs, end of quote. So this is where this comes from. This is the division that is the origin of right to work in this country. So the commandments of my faith tell me thou shalt not bear false witness. The truth is that this bill is nothing more than trying to make it far easier to pay low wages and to minimize workplace benefits. It's nothing more than state interference in private business collective bargaining, as if such businesses were pleading for the strong arm of the state to save them from themselves. So so-called right to work is not about a right to a job or providing work for anyone. Please, please don't believe the false witness that inevitably comes from the proponents of this bill. I urge you, and I implore you, find Senate Bill 61 inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Reverend. Any questions from the committee members? None? Kavanaugh? No? Okay. Thank you for your testimony today. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Tiller Eaton. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yep. Good afternoon, and thanks for giving me some time. My name is Tyler Eaton. I'm a proud IBW Local 104 union dues paying member, as well as a dues paying member of American Legion Post 51 in Epping, New Hampshire. I'm here to ask a couple questions on this right to work. So the people that I work with, they're line workers, and they work on the power grid in New Hampshire. But this work talk is kind of disturbing because I don't know what will happen to our members and our employers. Like we provide services to Eversource, National Grid, Unitel, and I'll give you an example. So if working on a transmission project in Lancaster, New Hampshire, and again, we're construction people, so these jobs, they're temporary, but we move on to other ones. So we do a project for Eversource in Lancaster. That job comes to an end, the contract is assigned a job in Berlin, Connecticut. What happens to that individual that is so-called has chosen to be a right to work worker or whatever? What happens to him? Are they laid off? Are they terminated because they can't go to a unionized state? It's really confusing. And this whole, I heard my senator speak about manufacturing, which in my area, I don't know of any manufacturing plants actually, but This doesn't affect just manufacturing. This affects many people that make a living building structures or building everything that's built in this country. I mean, construction work. We've been downgraded as temporary workers. I don't know how many times, but it's actually, it's appalling. I mean, I don't understand. Right to Work is from Virginia. They clearly are from Virginia. And I don't understand why you guys have so much business to take care of for the state of New Hampshire, why they are even here again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Eaton. Any questions from the committee members? Thank you for your testimony today. Cameron, could you pull up off the slate, raised hands?
Sure, I have one raised hand. It is Jeff Padoyaro. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, committee. Can everybody hear me?
Yep. Go ahead.
Chairman French, Senator Gannon, Senator Bradley, Senator Kavanaugh, Senator Susi. Thank you for your time this afternoon, and thank you for your service to the state. My name is Jeff Padalaro, and I am Secretary Treasurer, Principal Officer of Teamsters Local 633 in Manchester, New Hampshire, representing a little over 5,000 members throughout the great state of New Hampshire. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 61, commonly cited as right to work. The bill purports to support the maximizing of individual freedom of choice in the pursuit of employment. Fact is, this bill tramples on the rights of workers throughout this great state who have organized and voted for union representation via a democratic process that is rivaled by none. This process requires the majority to affirmatively vote for union representation. I respectfully challenge the committee and the legislature to view this process and find a more democratically driven process. In order to form and join a union, you need to sign the respective cards. You need to show a plurality. The individual agency, whether it's the National Labor Relations Board on a federal level or here in our state, Public Employees Labor Relations Board, then conducts a secret ballot election. For the sake of this discussion, let's just say everybody or the majority votes to go union. Then you have a sit down with your newly organized membership, and they vote to decide what the contract proposal would look like going into negotiations. Then they get to vote on what the contract looks like once negotiations have completed. They also reserve the right in the Teamsters Union to vote on their representatives. They also reserve the right to reverse that process. You will not find a more democratic process than the process exhibited by the unions. Current process also allows for employees to decertify their exclusive representative by a vote if that is their desire. It's democratically driven. We just went through a rather, should I say, stressful election season. Not everybody voted for our current president. Not everybody voted for the previous president. But we do not get the right to exercise our right to say, I disagree with the outcome of the election. I would prefer to have the former president back. Therefore, I'm going to pay attention to him or her. All employees currently enjoy the benefit of being union provided by union representation in those union locations. The terms and conditions.
Excuse me. Could you try to wind it up? You're trying to keep to 2 minutes, but I appreciate what you have to say.
Okay. This bill fails to acknowledge the public good that unions have accomplished that directly benefit the state and local government. Union agreements in New Hampshire allow hundreds of workers to receive employer-paid health care, not government-subsidized health care, to just highlight one. In closing, in the public sector, you have the Janus decision. In the private sector, you have the Beck decision, all which allow members to not be part of the union if they have that philosophical difference of opinion. This bill simply is an unfair attachment to the union movement that says we need to represent those members who don't want to pay their fair share. They don't want to pay for services. As has been repeated multiple times throughout this testimony, you're asking through this bill, you're asking for unions to supplement people who choose not to pay for the service, yet you're obligating unions to represent those that do not pay for the services they receive. No legitimate business in the state of New Hampshire or throughout the United States would provide services for free. I'm respectfully asking the committee to vote this bill inexpedient to legislate. Thank you for your time.
Great, thank you very much. And any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony. We're going to continue for another 11 minutes and 27 seconds, and at which time I'm going to have a recess so our staff can stretch their legs and regroup and get a quick bite to eat. And so at 12:30, we're just going to recess for a little bit. So Cameron?
Okay, do you want me to keep going? There are a couple of hands up, or do you want me to go back to the list, Senator French?
Go with Emmett. So.
Okay. Emmett, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you, and thank you, Chairman French and the senators here. My name is Emmett Soldati. I'm a resident of Somersworth. I'm a business owner. I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I have received recognitions from local chambers. I was the 2019 Young Entrepreneur of the Year by Stay Work Play. And I say this to acknowledge that as a business owner of multiple businesses of the last 10 years, I fully appreciate both the commitment and the challenges that our businesses face. I helped recruit a $100 million data company from Bethesda, Maryland to Dover, of where I served as an executive for 4 years. And I have opened and run multiple food establishments in my hometown of Somersworth. I have also never been a member of a union or paid union dues. And I am here to tell you, as someone that is committed to the business community and economic growth of our state, that I strongly urge you to oppose this bill. I think of my work as a business owner, both in the small business Main Street sector, as one in which we need to help strengthen our business communities. And I think that the biggest challenge that I face as a business owner, the biggest threat to my success is not competition, it is not regulation, and it is not taxation. It is income inequality and poverty. In a community like Somersworth that is very small and property poor, the challenges I face is that my community does not always have the means to support its main streets, to support its downtowns. And I oppose this legislation for many of the reasons that have been spoken to by faith leaders and union activists, but also particularly about the inequality that we have when it comes to small and rural New Hampshire. I think it is important that anywhere you are in New Hampshire, you have access to a livable wage, you have access to good benefits, and being able to pay and help working families not just survive and thrive. And that in turn helps me as a business owner. That supports my business and my community because folks in my town, in my area, have the same means that they would in more wealthy communities. And so as a voice from the business community, one that is not directly tied to any unions, I want to acknowledge that businesses stand to benefit, particularly local, small, and independent businesses that we strongly believe in New Hampshire. Our growth is dependent on the support and strengthening of all communities and all workers in this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, would you call on Bill LeGrand?
I'm sorry, who would you like me to call on?
Bill LeGrand.
Okay, Bill, yep, there you go.
Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Okay. Members of the Commerce Committee, thank you for hearing my testimony today. My name is William LeGrand, son, brother, husband, father, business representative for the Painters and Allied Trades and resident taxpayer of New Hampshire. I strongly request you will all oppose this rather ingeniously named legislation called Right to Work. This bill does not create any rights or any work. The average wages in Right to Work states are $10,000 a year less than in free bargaining states, and workforce fatalities are 49% higher in Right to Work states. New Hampshire does not need to be included in those statistics. The number of union members in New Hampshire is 10.3%, only 69,000 according to the U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics. Some of them are members of the Painters and Allied Trades, and many are registered Republicans, which asked me directly, Why are legislators attacking workers' right to bargain here in New Hampshire, where we already have such an increasingly low opportunity to work in the construction field for a fair living wage, which includes health and welfare benefits? We are led to believe out-of-state influence from the National Right to Work Committee located in Springfield, Virginia, in their very generous $100,000 contribution to 10 sitting state senators is the reason for this legislator. And as a voter, I hope not. Dollars don't vote, constituents do. SB 61 is misleading and has nothing to do with protecting us from paying dues. If this is true, then why would we overlook dues assessed to be a member of the Chamber of Commerce, which has 6 levels of membership dues? Why would we not include the Bar Association, golf courses, businesses such as AAA, BJ's, Costco, Sam's, or other club memberships you must have, like to register your ATV or snowmobile? This makes no sense to go after any of them, including the unions. As a voting constituent of New Hampshire, I ask you to refrain from following outside instructions on how this great state of New Hampshire should live and work. Please oppose Senate Bill 61. Thank you for your time and commitment to this great state.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, I appreciate your testimony.
Thank you.
Go back to the list, Cameron.
Okay. The next person on my list is Kurt Ehrenberg. Let me see if I see Kurt here. I do not. Oh, yes, I do. There it is.
No?
Okay, there you go. Kurt, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you very much. Appreciate you hearing my testimony. I'm opposed to the bill. I did want to point out, and the Attorney General's office, I think, was the first office or person to testify. What I heard them say was there's added costs in this bill that have not been addressed. There was no fiscal note. I think it's incredible that you senators are sitting there. Our Justice Department is strapped for so many reasons I won't even get into. And you're going to put this burden on them that you clearly didn't even think of. I don't think it makes a whole lot of sense. That's all I have to say. Thanks for hearing my testimony.
And thank you very much. Cameron?
Okay. The next person on my list is Michael Zuba. However, I do not see him, so we'll go to the next person, who is Jeff Hamill. Jeff, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes. Thank you, Chairman and committee members. My name is Jeff Hamill. I'm a Kensington, New Hampshire resident and a proud union member of Local 1204 for the past 26 years. I ask that you oppose SB 61. This is not good for the state of New Hampshire. Union dues are essential for the operation of the union. With the lack of dues coming in from non-paying members, the union will struggle over time to represent everyone to the fullest. This is nothing but a way of dividing the union. This is not the time to divide us. Thank you, and I ask that you oppose SB 61.
Thank you, Mr. Hamill. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Lisa Shapiro. Lisa, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon at this point. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Lisa Shapiro. I'm an economist in Concord, New Hampshire at Gallagher, Callahan, and Gartrell, and I'm appearing today on behalf of the AFL-CIO in opposition to Senate Bill 61. As an economist, I was asked to review the economic reports and studies on the relationship between right to work and economic performance and share my observations with you. And since I'm standing between y'all and lunch, I'm going to try and cut out quite a bit and shorten it. So apologies if it's a little bit disjointed. I found, and we've heard this today, that the most common form of data that you probably read about and we heard today on the economic impact of right to work is based on simple comparison analysis. That is, you compare the economic performance of states with right to work and then states without. For the most part, though, this approach does not consider or even try to control for other possible explanations to explain this aggregate state performance differences. Now, in many of these reports that are sponsored by these organizations, you'll find a concession. Oh, this is not really causation, it's just correlation. But nevertheless, the impression stands that it's a good thing. And so I thought it's important to consider what else might be the cause for these comparative performance differences. And specifically, I looked at two issues as an alternative explanation for the performance difference. And I looked at two things which many of you are quite familiar with. One is the business tax climate of a state, and second is electric prices. And sure enough, in right-to-work states, electric prices on average are significantly lower than in non-right-to-work states. So you're in right-to-work, average industrial electric prices are only about 6 cents. You go to non-right-to-work states, and it's more than 50% higher. Could that be why those states are performing better on manufacturing? Second, business tax climate. And I looked at here, I just really looked at the business taxes, and you have to kind of look at the whole package. So if you refer to the Tax Foundation's 2021 Business Tax Climate Report, and it takes into account corporate taxes, individual income taxes, sales, property, and unemployment insurance. And once again, the right-to-work states on average have a more business-friendly tax climate than non-business, the non-right-to-work states. Now, of course, New Hampshire, as you're all familiar with, scores pretty well. We almost always score in the top 10. So we're talking about on average, because that's what you hear a lot about today. We've heard, oh, right-to-work states perform better. But clearly on these two measures, which we're all quite familiar with, those states do have an advantage. So since simple comparative analysis doesn't tell us whether it's right to work that's leading to these better outcomes or these, reported better outcomes, next I looked for peer-reviewed articles. And peer-reviewed mean it was published, it was in academic journals, it was reviewed by other economists, to try and see if I could find some reports where they actually try and isolate the effect of right to work on business entities in order to assess what the economic impacts are. Now, I'm just getting started on this. I got tapped to do this last week. It is a follow-up from 2017. I haven't been involved in the 37 fights over this bill, but I was involved a few years ago. But since last week, I tried to get in and see what new reports and studies are out there.
So, Ms. Shapiro,
I'll wrap it up.
Yeah, we have a 2-minute limit.
So let me just wrap it up. What this report found in the Journal of Financial Economics is that, in fact, wages went down. They looked at almost 20,000 collective bargaining agreements, and wages were growing slower behind inflation after the adoption. On the other hand, there was some increase in executive compensation and dividends, and also what you heard today, some increase in employment with those lower wage jobs. So at the end of the day, you have negatives to workers with lower wages, less job security, fewer benefits. You have potential positives in terms of increased CEO compensation, increased dividends to Wall Street, potentially new employees at these lower rates. And what this does in the aggregate is unclear, at least according to this study. My final one little point, thank you very much. We've heard a lot about this as intervention into private contracts. And I just want to make the point that that is why, although you'll hear from different groups on the libertarian spectrum, Milton Friedman, a big proponent of freedom, was opposed to right to work throughout his career. And if you just Google online, you'll find the Reason Foundation, other folks opposed to, from a libertarian perspective, opposed to right to work because of this very intervention into the marketplace and the government deciding it knows what's best to do in these contracts. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll take a recess now for 17 minutes and 22 seconds, and we will be back right after that. Staff, go eat, stretch your legs, and we'll resume right after. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator French.
Thank you.
Cameron.
Senator French.
Glad to see you're very punctual. Did you get a bite to eat?
I did, and I made a mug of hot cocoa. So
Any cookies?
no cookies at this point.
What do we have left? 20 or so speakers?
That sounds correct.
Good.
Herd him in, move him out, Frenchie. Your 2 minutes is loose.
I should have said 3 smokes.
There you go.
So I just counted 33 people, but those may be folks who raised their hands and spoke, and I just didn't mark them off.
Okay.
Harold, before you start in again, when I leave, just if you could announce that and I'll be back when I'm done.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, we
Okay.
got a couple of senators who have to step out for a bit.
All right, I'm going to leave now then. Thanks.
Okay, sure thing.
Hello, Mr. Chairman, me as well. I'm going to try to join by phone.
Yeah.
I'll be driving south with my wife in the car. So just, Kim, I think you have my cell phone anyway, or Aaron, right? You'll see that come on.
Yeah.
You
we'll
have
be able
hands-free
to-
driving, Senator?
I do.
You do, okay, then that's
A nice
acceptable.
American-made car.
Nice. Union made.
Union made.
They only last 5 years.
Yeah, we'll wait for Aaron and Senator Susie, and we'll be ready to start.
Did you make your own lunch, Harold?
I did. Nice little turkey sandwich,
Okay.
pot of coffee,
Pot of coffee.
or smokes. Where else did you go? Give Senator Susie a couple minutes or a minute or so, then we'll get started. She can join us when she gets back. Yeah, there she is.
I am here. I was just using the restroom, so.
Oh, great.
A long haul.
Yeah, it is. So for everyone's information, we have a couple of senators that have to step out, will be rejoining us either by phone or coming back in. They had bills or other business they had to take care of. I got notification that Senator Dan Feltus could not speak today, couldn't log in to speak, thankfully, but he did want to go on record in opposition of this bill. So I'd just like to make that known now. So I think we'll get restarted coming out of recess. Cameron, could you call on the first speaker, please? And remember, we're keeping to a 2-minute talk and 2 minutes of testimony, and I will try to hold everyone to that. Go ahead.
Okay. The first person from where we left off is Jacob Bennett. Jacob, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Thank you. I'd like to start by saying thank you to the committee for hearing this testimony. My name is Jacob Bennett, and I represent myself in this testimony. In documentation submitted to the committee prior to this hearing, I described research I conducted through legislative archives, including online and physical records of more than 40 years of debates and public hearings on the 36 previous attempts to pass bills just like SB 61, which I oppose. For the sake of full disclosure, I would like to note that I am currently employed as an adjunct faculty member in the education department at UNH, and I conducted the research described while funded to pursue my doctorate in the same department. I believe that, and this is off the written testimony, but I would like it to be heard, I believe that Senator Reagan was referring to my research at his introduction And I take a little bit of pride and offense at his characterization. It felt malign and it felt uncollegial. Back to my written testimony. The headline of my testimony is this: 97% of the 482 people who signed up to testify or indicate a position on HB 520 in 2017 were opposed to so-called right to work. Put another way, the records show that people registering their position were 31 times more likely to oppose than support right to work, 467 to 15. That figure excludes all elected officials, but the ratios are pretty much the same. The 2017 bill is identical in all meaningful ways to the bill before this committee in 2021, and I suspect that its support is just as minimal among the people of New Hampshire. In every archival record for every bill proposed since 1979, the support for bills like the one considered today is overtopped by opposition. That opposition relies on arguments rooted in the economics of collective bargaining, moral standards espoused by religious leaders and public servants, and a common sense that no one person can possibly improve their wages, benefits, or working conditions on their own, not when their employer is already organized. These bills are not grassroots efforts, no matter how proponents attempt to present them as such. Based on, quote, model legislation designed and promoted by national organizations with ideological animus against unions, the text in today's bill is nearly indistinguishable from every bill brought up since 1992, though the substance has remained the same since at least 1979. The current bill is modeled on text drafted by the American Legislative Exchange Council, but campaigns on behalf of such bills arrive in New Hampshire from other organizations hostile to the premise and practice of collective bargaining, among them the State Policy Network, Americans for Prosperity, the National Right to Work Committee, and the seemingly local New England Citizens for Right to Work, which is actually just one employee with a Manchester address with funding funneled through the Virginia-based NRTWC. We've heard from some of them earlier. Both the National and New England Right to Work organizations send out mailers whenever Right to Work is likely to appear on the docket and have compared agency fees to modern slavery. In this year's batch of pre-printed postcards addressed to the governor and Republican leadership in the general court, the New England Citizens for Right to Work claims that tens of thousands of workers are forced to pay union dues just to get or keep a job, end of quote, which is a sly confusion of the facts and distinctions between union dues paid by members who opt to be in the union and agency fees collected from non-members to cover the cost of negotiating and enforcing the collective bargaining agreements that protect and benefit all unit employees under the rubric of fair duty of representation.
Mr.
Unions run
Bennett?
elections.
Mr.
I have one
Bennett?
more paragraph and I'll be done soon. Unions run elections and decertification is an option if a majority of unit workers decide to drop the union. In addition to fudging the facts, the postcards claim that, quote, nearly 80% of New Hampshireites, end quote, believe so-called forced unionism is wrong. I have inquired by email and telephone contact information provided by that organization and asked for clarification of the methodology used to arrive at that figure or to see the survey instrument itself, and I have received no response after multiple attempts. And so I asked the committee to consider such claims as unverified at best and dubious in their supposed statement of fact. With that, I close my testimony and ask that you vote this bill inexpedient to legislate, as the people of New Hampshire have asked this body to do time and again, and then focus on bills that actually serve your constituents and their families. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Okay, the next person on my list is Peggy McCarthy. You should be able to unmute yourself now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to the honorable members of the committee. My name is Peggy McCarthy, and I speak to you today as a union member and officer, but also as a former member of Republican House leadership. I really don't consider myself a crying frontline worker, and the munificent pay I'm entitled to as Vice President of IBEW Local 2320 is $25 a month, which I decline. Thank you for giving me the time to speak with you today. I'd also like to thank my union brothers and sisters who are working on the front lines of this pandemic, putting themselves at risk to keep us warm, secure, powered up, and connected so we can have this discussion today from the safety of our living rooms. I oppose right to work and always have. As a Republican, I cannot think of another circumstance where we require a private business to provide its services for free, where we inject government into personal employment decisions, where we facilitate government involvement in the negotiations between two private entities, or where we advocate for the expansion of government at taxpayer expense to enforce these items. I heard a prior speaker mention rhetoric. When as a legislator, I heard a lobbyist say things like, we need to break the back of organized labor, then yes, I take that as an attack. And when I'm called a union thug, I take that as an attack too. And when I hear the rhetoric used by this bill's prime sponsor during its introduction, it's difficult to believe my best interests are at heart here. My union, however, has been looking out for me since the day I was born. As a technician for New England Telephone, my dad was a member of IBEW 2222 in Boston until the day he died, which was 35 years ago this Saturday at just 37 years old. I was 14 and the youngest of my 4 siblings was only 6. And in the weeks and months to follow, when our health insurance was canceled and money was tight, his union held benefits and fundraisers to keep us going until my stay-at-home mom could re-enter the workforce, which she did with the help of the union's business manager. My dad's employer abandoned us, but his union never did. This might surprise some of you, but of the over 20,000 union members who live in New Hampshire, only 36% are registered Democrats. Our voter registration numbers track right alongside the New Hampshire average. It's personal, not political for us. Our union is our family and it's our home. Right to work is an emotional issue for union members, and voting is an emotional undertaking. I'm asking you today to stand with the 20,000 working and voting families of New Hampshire who don't want this legislation over the lobbyists from Virginia who do. Please don't abandon us. Please represent us. And thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee members? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Richard Gullah. Richard, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
We can. Welcome.
Great. Thank you for having me. My name is Richard Gullah, and I am president of the State Employees Association, and I represent more than 10,000 workers here in the state, county, and municipal government. Despite its misleading name, right to work legislation is nothing more than a union-busting bill. It has nothing to do with increasing wages, benefits, or safety for working people, and everything to do with weakening unions and removing worker protections. In addition to being unfair to union members, right to work legislation hurts the economy. In study after study after study, this legislation has proven to be wrong for workers, wrong for businesses, and wrong for our economy. Recently, the online political website Political came out with a ranking of all 50 states using a combination of life quality issues, including crime rates, per capita income, and education levels. They then averaged the 14 scores to create a single ranking across the spectrum. I'm sure it will be no surprise to anyone here to learn that the New Hampshire, a non-right to work state, topped the list as the best state to live in, something that we certainly can all be proud of. But what amazed me was that 4 out of the 5 were all non-right to work states, and that right to work states account for 8 out of 10 of the worst states to live in, including the worst 5 states in which to live. In fact, the majority of right to work states are not only below average, but in the bottom 20 of the 50 states. How is this possible? Well, worker right to work states make $1,500 less per year and produce 15% less in gross domestic product than do workers in states without these laws. Workers in right to work states are less likely to have health insurance. More workers are likely to be injured or killed on the job in right to work states. Communities lose jobs when right to work legislation lowers wages and benefits. 7 out of 10 states with the highest unemployment rates are right to work states. We have a great tradition of working together to make New Hampshire the best place to live in this country. Let's continue that good work and set aside this divisive and partisan legislation by voting no on this legislation. It's bad for our citizens and bad for our state. Let's keep New Hampshire #1 on everyone's list for best place to live. I want to thank you for your time to address the committee today.
Thank you very much. And any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Michael Smith. Mike, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I'm sorry,
Welcome.
good afternoon. My name is Michael Smith, and I'm speaking today in opposition to SB 61. I'm a proud member of Local 7 of the International Association of Bridge, Structural, Ornamental, and Reinforcing Ironworkers. I know that it's a lot to remember, so people mostly just refer to us as the Ironworkers Union. Members of Local 7 honored me by electing me to serve as the business agent covering the state of New Hampshire, and I work right here in Concord. I've lived full-time in Alton Bay. My coworkers and I are the men and women who help provide the backbones of buildings and bridges all over this great state. I'm sorry, I just ran in here, so I'm a little out of breath. Becoming a journeyman ironworker takes special skills, unique training, countless certifications, and an expertise in job site safety training to perform the work to the level of quality and safety that our contractors expect. That level of expertise doesn't happen overnight. It takes years of classroom and shop training and on-the-job experience to perfect our craft. The countless hours of training that we provide our members requires a financial investment in training that is funded by Local 7 members and our signatory contractors in a collectively bargained partnership. And the best of all, it's all provided at no cost to the New Hampshire taxpayer. This partnership is really the perfect story of what happens in a free market economy. Contractors need access to a well-trained workforce on an as-needed basis. We train that workforce and give the contractors that access. In return, we both sit down and collectively bargain for wages and benefits that are acceptable to both parties. When an acceptable agreement is reached, it is then voted on by the union members. If approved by the membership, the contract is executed. Both sides are provided with something that has value, and both sides provide something of value to the other. For the ironworker, the value is training for a job with a fair pay, benefits, and working conditions. For the contractor, the value is a highly trained workforce that allows them to meet their obligations and remain profitable. It is clearly a mutually beneficial relationship that has lasted in the state of New Hampshire for 120 years. Along comes SB 61. This proposed law asks the state of New Hampshire to inject itself into the affairs of a private business and a private union. The law wants to destroy the funding mechanism for the training that the union provides. Without the necessary funding, the training cannot be provided. The result would be a disastrous lack of qualified workers for an industry that already suffers from a shortage of qualified employees. How would the industry make up for the lack of qualified workers that the union was providing at no cost to taxpayers? The law also wants to end forced unionism. This is clearly a hammer in search of a nail. At any given time in the state of New Hampshire, union construction trades enjoy a paltry 5 to 10% market share of the construction industry workload. That means that 90% of the industry works with employees that choose not to be union. Please, someone explain to me how union workers are forced to be union in an industry where 90% of the workforce is not represented by a union. Our members join us because we offer a benefit to our workers. The benefit that we provide is training that is unparalleled in the industry, coupled with attractive pay and benefits, and that has value. Why should a private entity that provides a thing of value be forced by the government to provide that thing for free? I thought we were fans of the free market system in New Hampshire. In study after study, labor data clearly shows that the states that have an enacted right to work legislation have seen their workforce report lower pay, lower safety standards and requirements, higher reports of workplace injuries and fatalities, and higher reports of workplace discrimination, all with no measurable guarantee that somehow it will improve wages, benefits, or working conditions. And as a point of information, of the 26 states in America with right to work laws on the book, 23 of them have significantly higher unemployment than New Hampshire right now. Our COVID recovery is in the top 15%. Why would anybody want to mess with that? This bill injects Big Brother in between private workers and privately owned employers to negotiate workplace contracts. This is not an appropriate role for our government to play in a free market economy. I respectfully ask for the committee to consider that anything we can do in New Hampshire to encourage employment during the pandemic, especially when so many construction projects are either delayed, canceled, or slowed, is a much better way to focus our energy. And bills that encourage more apprenticeships, that make certification and training and education more affordable to workers, that reduce government red tape on small businesses and help them thrive. All would be better approaches than the disastrous bill before us. This bill injects government in between private workers and privately owned employees to negotiate workplace contracts. It's not an appropriate role for our government. Before the pandemic impacted our world, New Hampshire's unemployment landscape was the envy of the nation. We had the lowest unemployment, the healthiest
Mr. Smith, could you wrap it up, please?
Yep, I got
Thank you.
3 or 4 more sentences. We had the lowest unemployment, the healthiest families, the most well-trained and educated workforce in America. We were doing things well before, and our path to recovery is going much better than states with right to work laws on the books. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Please vote no on SB 61.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Any questions? No? Thank you for your testimony. Once again, please limit your testimony to 2 minutes. Don't repeat if you can help it, even if you can't help it. What has already been said, I think if you stick to that, we can take the testimony in about 15 seconds. Go ahead, Cameron.
The next person on my list is Marco Lacasse. Marco, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the committee for having us here today. Provide our testimony. My name is Marco Lacasse, resident of Hooksett, New Hampshire, and the business manager for Local 490 IBEW. I am testifying today against right to work. This is the last thing we need in our great state of New Hampshire. So-called right to work is wrong for our state. The law would let workers opt out of paying their union dues, but still require the union to represent them. It would stretch our unions to a breaking point, forcing it to cover free riders. The only right will be gained if this bill is passed will be the rights of free riders to work under the umbrella of free wages, benefits, and training of other union protections that would fought for so hard. They will not have to pay their fair share. Right to work is very misleading name, which is reality is a direct attack on union workers. The good wages and benefits we enjoy are because our union negotiated them with willing businesses who know the value to have well-trained employees that we have found and funded ourselves. Good union wages allow members and their family to spend more money at local shops, restaurants, and other businesses. By weakening unions and putting those wages at risk, so-called right to work will hurt our family and our state's economy. IBEW 490 boasts the largest comprehensive electrical training facility in the state of New Hampshire that we have achieved through collective bargaining with responsible union business contractors. For decades, businesses from across the state have hired members out of our training program at zero expense to the state of New Hampshire. The highly skilled electricians who have come out of this program are the same essential workers who have been on the front lines working to keep the lights on since the beginning of this pandemic. After everything they've been through, now their right to organize and to collectively bargain with responsible electrical contractors is at risk. Right to work harms the advantage that companies do look for when working in New Hampshire. Businesses look for highly skilled workplace union members capable of doing their job in a timely manner. Right to work laws undermine the union training of apprenticeship programs. Unions training members at the union's own expense, not the state's. Right to work removes the funding sources of well-respected training and apprenticeship programs that benefit businesses and the entire community. I ask that you do not support Senate Bill 61 and not intervene in private union sectors. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Nope. Cameron, on the list of raised hands, would you call Glenn? I want to hear the other side for a minute.
Okay. Glenn, you should be able to unmute yourself.
I am. Can you hear me?
Yes.
We can. Welcome.
Well, thank you, Senator French. It's always great to see you and other members of the committee. For the record, my name is Glenn Brackett, and I am the president of the New Hampshire AFL-CIO. We represent over 50 affiliated local labor unions and approximately 30,000 labor households across the state of New Hampshire. Our membership includes nurses, first responders, firefighters, law enforcement, postal workers, and the unions of the New Hampshire building trades and their privately funded apprentice programs. And I join you today to make sure the AFL-CIO's opposition to SB 61, which is this year's version of the fraudulently titled right to work. We're opposing this. Every newly elected legislature for the last 30 years has seen this attack on workers' rights. And every legislature, regardless of which party is in the majority, has rejected it. In fact, the House rejected this very same bill in March of 2019, shortly after Governor Chris Sununu declared, quote, "There is no need to pursue any additional legislation when it comes to right to work," close quote. Because Governor Sununu knows that federal law already prevents workers from being forced to join a union. The governor also understands that the free market does not need any more government intrusion or regulatory burdens into the private business world. While out-of-state billionaires and DC lobbyists continue to enlist legislators to introduce identical bills year in and year out, local leaders of both political parties have repeatedly defeated it. That's because it's clear that New Hampshire's government should not meddle on how private businesses in this state work in close agreement for their mutual benefit. Contracts between private employers and labor unions are business-to-business agreements, and this legislature should leave that to the free market. You know, in hearings last week in this very committee, there was a lively discussion around Senate Bill 44, Workforce Pathways, which is a proposed program that would force New Hampshire taxpayers to absorb the cost of apprenticeship training by the New Hampshire vocational college system. In regard to this bill, the Manchester Union leader opined that, quote, "There is a woeful lack of qualified workers for New Hampshire employees, and this is a feel-good program in which the taxpayer foots the bills," close quote. Senator Gannon stated, quote, "Private industry should manage its own apprentice programs. Why does the government need to get involved in this?" Close quotes. Senator Gannon is absolutely correct. Why does the New Hampshire government need to get involved in the contractual agreements between partners in private industry? There are no taxpayer costs here. There is only the free market. Senator Gannon has clearly stated his opposition to this government overreach. He publicly states that he believes that government needs to stay out of private industry. What labor unions and their signatory contractors contractually agree to is exactly what Senator Gannon has publicly stated he supports. So it is truly perplexing as to why Senator Gannon would be a sponsor on Senate Bill 61, which would insert government directly into the apprentice programs of private industry. This makes no sense. You can't have it both ways. You either support New Hampshire's free market or you don't. I urge Senator Gannon and this committee to vote SB 61 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking my testimony. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you very much for your testimony today. Any questions? Nope. Thank you. Cameron, back to the list.
Okay. The next person on my list is Larry Moquin, who I do see. There he is. All right, Larry, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Senators.
Good afternoon.
My name's Larry Moquin and I live in Bow. I'm a 20-year member of the Laborers International Union of North America, Local 668, which is in Manchester. Through training, mentorship, and work experience, I've risen throughout the ranks to the position of an organizer field rep. I'm here on behalf of myself and the 900 hardworking Granite State laborers and their families to oppose Senate Bill 61. If passed, Bill 61 could immediately lower wages for all construction workers in New Hampshire. It also immediately could make New Hampshire the least attractive state in New England for a career in the trades at a time when the industry is already facing skilled worker shortages. And at that time will be the only right to work state in New England. For me, it's truly unconscionable that in the middle of a pandemic, with higher than average unemployment, you guys are even considering a strictly partisan bill that will undoubtedly erode the quality of life for your constituents. All of this will result in a less skilled and less productive workforce. I myself grew up in a union household. My father is also a 53-year member of the Laborers Union. And because he had this right to bargain, and I stress this, he had this right to bargain, he has a union pension and he's allowed to live in dignity through his golden years. He was never forced to join the union, but he's grateful he did. And I also feel lucky and grateful for the opportunities that being in the trade union has afforded me. I have wages that allow me to be a productive member of society, health benefits so I'm not afraid to go to the doctor, and a retirement so I don't have to work till I die. This is a particular concern for construction workers because their bodies can only withstand so many years of manual labor. Although this legislation is also is often referred to as right to work, it should be more correctly characterized as working for less. You do the same work, you get lower wages, and you have less rights. I thank you for your time, and I urge you guys to all vote against Senate Bill 61. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none, thank you very much for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay, the next person on my list is Stefan Gonsalves. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
I am a longtime resident of Salem, New Hampshire, and a proud member of local USW 12012. I'm a steel worker. I have a letter here that I wrote and had my kids, my wife go over so I wouldn't screw up anything. But just listening to some of the people that have gone before me, Mr. Nix saying down in Virginia saying that they're funded by donations. Now, dues and donations to me really isn't a big difference. I mean, with your dues, you get something back. Donations, you don't. So also another gentleman was saying that wages are up in Michigan, Wisconsin, that have just joined Right to Work within the last 5 years. I've spoken to people in those states, and they're hurting. And I don't know if you call the wages are up from lower to lower, lower to low, a raise. This state, I've seen so much growth, new schools, the housing market all-time high, many new businesses, restaurants. Before the pandemic, we were booming, and honestly, the town of Salem right now is still booming with the Rockingham Park construction work. It's like its own little city over there. We have been, my family and union members have been trying to help all the businesses. I'm lucky that I have a good paying job that I can support our businesses and our people that are frankly suffering right now because of this pandemic. In addition to everything else that's going on, the Right to Work states healthcare is less, higher rate of death and workplace injury. At this time right now, our healthcare workers do not need any added problems in the hospitals. The numbers are going up, sickness is going up. Let's keep the special interest groups deep-pocketed out of our state. Let's keep moving forward and grow together without Right to Work. Please protect the workers and residents in New Hampshire and oppose this so-called Right to Work legislation. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much for your testimony. Cameron?
Okay. The next person on my list is Mark Gennard, who I don't see. If he's here, he can raise his hand and go to him next. The next person on my list who I do see is Viola Katsuimi, who should be able to unmute herself at this time. Are you there? Okay.
Probably passed out.
Let me see who's the next person on my list. The next person on my list is Dionisio Palacios. Let me see if I find them. I do not. If any of these folks are on the phone, you can press *9 and that'll raise your hand on the phone. Okay, let me. The next person on my list is Amy Ganter. Let me see. Okay, I'm also not seeing Amy Ganter. The next person is Sean French. Do I see?
Nope.
Nope, I am not seeing Sean French either. The next person is Joshua Strutzman. Let me see if I see Joshua.
I all had to go back to work.
Okay, the next person is Kathleen Kilroy. Is Kathleen here? I am not seeing Kathleen. Okay. The next person is Tom Whelan. Tom Whalen, let me see if I see Tom. Okay. Senator, we have a couple of hands raised. Do you want me to go to the folks to have their hand raised?
No, keep going through the list for a minute.
Okay. The next person is Alan Knight. Alan, I am not seeing Alan Knight. Let's see.
Ellie Morrissey.
I am not seeing Charlie Morrissey. The next person after that is Karen Irwin. Let me see. Okay, Karen Irwin, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hello, good afternoon. My name
Good afternoon, welcome.
Thank you. My name is Karen Irwin, and thank you for the opportunity, Honorable Senator French and members of the committee. I am talking today regarding in opposition to Senate Bill 61. I am a long-term member of SEIU 1984 for state employees. And one of the reasons I'm in opposition is a lot of what is encapsulated in this bill is already in federal and state legislation. The Janus decision that eliminated the fair share membership requirement that paid for the cost of negotiation of a fair contract and defending the collective bargaining agreement when necessary. The Senate Bill 61 does not differentiate between public and private employment in this bill, and it is a current requirement already of state municipal government, which you know. State employees have always had the right to join or not join a union. They agree when they sign a union card to be part of a union, and it is a benefit to the state by not having to negotiate with individuals for individual contracts. So the proposed section of 273D:5 is not really needed. The right to strike is already prohibited in 271A13 state statute for all unions, so it is unnecessarily as written in 273D:6. The right to fine and put someone in jail for up to 90 days is not a necessary part of any labor legislation and is already, regarding strikes, is already in 273A:13. I do not understand what specifically would be an action that would warrant a fine and jail time, but I would definitely delete section 273D:9 out of this bill. The right to collectively bargain for pay and benefits has been a process that has worked well over the years. I was a part of the collective bargaining team for the state that worked for the same goal with the governor at the time of preserving jobs, cutting medical costs, and getting a pay increase. Senate bill does not maximize personal freedom as its purpose seems to describe. As of 2020, 5 unions and their local chapters for the state represent 9,409 employees of the state of New Hampshire, which has a classified full-time employee level of 10,511. Those kind of membership numbers represent that workers like to have the support of unions so that they feel protected by the member-supported right to, so they feel protected by the member-supported right to work in a consistent, fair manner, and that infractions of any labor law will be supported through the union representation if necessary. I respectfully request any bills consider that the New Hampshire workers have already demonstrated their worker rights through their voluntary membership in the many unions in the state of New Hampshire. And so that Senate Bill 61 is not a necessary New Hampshire worker priority, especially in COVID times. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you for your patience. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you again. You want to call Joseph Burlow? He's next on the list.
Okay, let me. Okay, I'm not seeing Joseph Burlow.
Okay, next.
Okay.
Matthew Arsenault.
Okay, let me, Matthew Arsenault, I am also not seeing Matthew.
Hey, Greg Alberts next.
He already spoke.
Okay, Joel Begin.
Okay, let's. Joe Begin, I am not seeing here.
Glenn Brackett spoke. Maggie Fogarty.
I am not seeing Maggie Fogarty.
We have Patrick Burns.
Patrick Burns. Patrick, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Welcome.
Hi, how you doing? Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, and the members of the committee.
I'm sorry, Mr. Burns, do you have the meeting open on a computer because we're getting some looping feedback?
Is that better?
That is.
All right, so sorry about that. So my name is Patrick Burns. I am a Marine Corps veteran, registered Republican, and a member of the Teamsters Local 633. I am here to oppose this bill, or excuse me, ask for your opposition of this bill for the following reasons. This bill limits or infringes our First Amendment rights to collectively bargain. It forces a business, being the union, to provide a service free of charge to represent even members that do not pay dues. Imagine taxpayers not paying taxes. Would you still be there reporting to work, even though your pay might be reduced to nearly nothing? I know that politicians of this committee, Senate, and governor who own businesses, being business owners, it baffles me how this law could be on the table, as I'm sure your businesses do not provide free service. In the union, we all have our seniority. This law would insult the seasoned members within the union, paying seasoned members that have paid dues over the years, that would now have new members that come in not paying dues. Okay, this for decades, people in the unions have built up their seniority, 30, 40 years to retire. And they have someone come in and not pay dues and still reap the benefits is not okay. And collective bargaining over the years has represented the progress that has been made to each member over decades of hard work. This bill will weaken our First Amendment to collectively bargain. I want to thank all of you for letting me make my statement today. I'm asking you to please vote no on SB 61. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Burns. Any questions from any of the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Could you call Edward? He's the last one on the list.
Okay, Edward DeBlois, I don't see him on the list. There are, Senator, 10, 11, many people with their hands raised. Some of whom I believe are people that we called on who weren't available at the moment.
Sure.
Okay.
Take them in order.
Okay, I will take them in the order they appear on my screen. The first person is Rick. Rick, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, members of the committee, for hearing me. My name is Richard Lawton, son of New Hampshire, born in Dover, one of 8 brothers and sisters. I presently work for Teamsters Local 633. I'm not going to go through the litany of objections to this bill. I just have a few points I'd like to raise. First of all, I would challenge the committee to listen to the voices of New Hampshire, of which I'm one, and my family is. We're not from Virginia. We're not from out of state. I drove concrete trucks for 25 years. I was involved in the building of the nuclear power plant back in the 70s and 80s. I've lived here my whole life. My grandkids are the 5th generation to go through the Oyster River School District. New Hampshire voices, please. This bill is not good for New Hampshire. It's not good for any of us. I would challenge the bill sponsors to bring forward the citizen uprising that brought this bill forward, not the people from Virginia with all tens of thousands of dollars. I'd ask Senator Reagan to give us a list of businesses here in New Hampshire that are calling for this bill. Where are they? We have 1,800 plus members at UPS here in New Hampshire. Is UPS there supporting this? We have hundreds and hundreds of First Student school bus drivers here in New Hampshire. Is First Student there on your list to testify for this bill? The Anheuser-Busch Brewery over here in Merrimack, hundreds of employees for years and years. Please, we understand what this is about. I've been a union member for 43 years. My father's gone, long gone. He was a union member before me. This is our livelihood. This is who we are. We are New Hampshire people. Listen to the voices of New Hampshire. I trust all of you senators have taken an oath to support the people of New Hampshire. We don't want out-of-state money. I come from New Hampshire. My family comes from New Hampshire. I don't want any of this out-of-state money influencing us here in New Hampshire. I don't want to go through the whole litany. Like I said, listen to the voters of New Hampshire, please. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Rick. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thanks for taking the time.
Okay, the next person I'm showing is Kevin Foley. Kevin, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you, Cameron. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Chairman French, Vice Chairman Gannon, members of the Senate's Commerce. Thank you for taking my testimony today. For the record, my name is Kevin Foley, President of Teamsters Local 633. I reside in Durham, New Hampshire with my beautiful wife, Christy, and my 4 kids. Just a point I'd like to make. I cut my testimony down from 5 minutes to 2 minutes.
Nice.
For you, Senator French.
I appreciate that.
I did you a solid, so hopefully you can do me a solid and vote against this terrible bill. In terms of, Senator Reagan calling some of our first responders who are police officers and firemen and UPS workers who are delivering life-saving prescriptions and vaccines in this global pandemic. I've got to tell you, call them crybabies, I got to tell you, I take adamant offense at that meritless assertion. Our members are heroes, and they are helping every single day without complaint, and they have for 12 months. So I take exception to that. And I'll get down to the nitty gritty here. As you know, Only 10% of New Hampshire's workforce is represented by a union. The U.S. Bureau of Labor Statistics show union workers earn higher wages, have better health insurance, better workplace safety. These are all good for workers and good for New Hampshire. I don't know one working person who wants to earn less, lose their quality health care, and work at a place that's less safe. In conclusion, please remember that the 5,000 New Hampshire Teamsters are essential, hourly paid workers during this pandemic that silently stalks 350 million Americans, killing over 400,000 United States citizens. Most of us don't have the ability to work remotely. We may not be considered frontline workers, but we are essential workers. We are the men and women who continue to show up to work and keep our economy moving. We safely transport students and deliver needed products to the end consumer. We've had your back during this pandemic. All we ask is that you have ours. I urge you to vote against SB 61, the so-called right to work bill. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Foley. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much. Cameron?
Okay, the next person that I'm showing is Timothy Tebow. Timothy, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yep, we can. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Tim Tebow. I'm from Manchester, New Hampshire. I'm a registered Republican. I'm a veteran of the Navy and a proud member of the Teamsters Local 633. I work at Coca-Cola and I have been employed here for almost 25 years. I strongly oppose this bill. I believe it's government overreach and theft of services. I urge you to vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tebow.
Thanks for your service.
Cameron?
Okay, the next person I'm showing is Viola. Viola, you should be able to unmute yourself. If you're on the phone, you're going to want to press *6. It looks like you're on the phone. Okay, there's no response there. Oh, hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Yes. Good afternoon, Senator French and members of the Senate Commerce Committee. For the record, my name is Viola Katsime, and I'm here on behalf of the Garden State Organizing Project, which is a grassroots nonpartisan organization in New Hampshire, bringing people together to work for a more just world. I'm here to express our opposition to SB 61. We know that over the past decades, there has been an attack on organized labor by corporate interests. And as unions have declined, income inequality has also soared. So curtailing collective bargaining for working people has contributed to reduced incomes for middle-class people. And we know that the backbone of this economy depends heavily on the middle class. According to a 2016 report by the Center for Public and Research, unions help bridge the gap, especially racial inequality. An example is that among Black workers in the union, they receive 16% higher wages than their non-unionized counterparts. Similarly, they are more likely, 17% more likely to have employee health benefits. They're more likely to have employment retirement funds. And so I urge you today that instead of us focusing on laws that are really trying to law in low-paying industry, that we should be focusing on boosting our economy, creating good jobs, and also making sure that our workers have a voice. So I urge you today to vote no on SB 61. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Cameron, if they've already spoken once, just pass on them, okay, please?
Okay. Next, we're going to go to Asma Elhouni, who should be able to unmute herself now.
Yes, thank you. Also, I signed in and not too sure why it didn't show up on your roster, so maybe just look at that. So my name is Asma Elhouni, and I'm with Rights and Democracy. New Hampshire. It's a grassroots organization that promotes human rights. And I'm here to speak against this dangerous bill, SB 61. You heard from a lot of people today, and they're repeating themselves for a reason. It's because they need you to understand that this will affect their lives and that this really hits home for them. So that's why you're hearing the same things again and again. I also want to point out the demeaning way that workers were described like moaners and groaners today by Senator Reagan is just indicative of how workers are seen in this issue. And it is exactly why right to work should not be a law. I'm glad to hear from reverends and pastors who were on the call as well to remind us of our moral compass in this issue and that they are against the right to work. Right to work is not about looking after workers. It's about favoring corporate sponsors who don't want workers to have bargaining power. And I find it interesting that some speakers supporting corporations are telling workers that it's good for them, as if workers don't know what's good for themselves, but corporate supporters do, right? They say that right to work attracts more businesses, but the truth is they attract businesses that pay workers lower wages and businesses that don't invest in workers. And that's why states that have right to work pay workers less. And it should be worrisome for us as a New Hampshire, as a state, because these same businesses will leave us if there's more profitable opportunities in other places. Right to work leave workers vulnerable. I also want to mention this bill is racist as well. As we heard from the pastor, Vance Muse, who was racist, and he's the one who was championing this bill. It's his baby. Vance Muse was against women's suffrage as well. He was against child labor laws. He was against the 8-hour workday and against programs in the New Deal that helped end the Great Depression. So clearly the cloth of right to work sounds only good by name, but disadvantages employees. I also want to bring up the fact that we need to listen to our brave heroes that have been talking about right to work, like Martin Luther King, when he said in 1961, our glorious fight for civil rights, we must guard against being fooled by false slogans such as the right to work. It is a law to rob us of our civil rights and job rights. And he goes on to talk about workers, the right to work as being harmful. I am worried that what will happen to working people, including workers whose jobs would be at risk for being terminated because they're already vulnerable in our communities. For example, people of color, right? And so we really need to do the right thing. We need to oppose this bill ardently, like everyone has said again and again and again. This is not about being a Democrat. This is not about being a Republican. It's about supporting people in your community and in our state. Let's not pass this bill. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you. Any questions from the committee? Senator Gannon.
Thank you. Thank you for calling today, Asma. Question for you. And I agree with you on this. Workers know, you said workers know what's good for them. So
That's
wouldn't
right.
the worker then want to join a union if it's, so wouldn't most people want to join something that's beneficial to them on their own?
Yes, and this is the way they do it. When we get together and people can bargain together, and that's beneficial to them. But if there's not enough people to bargain for them, then they won't get the rights for themselves. So this is the way to do it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, Senator French. The next person I have is Jan Schaffer. Jan, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes.
We can. Thank you.
My name's Jan Schaefer. I live in Warner. I'm retired. I was a member of the Communication Workers Union. And my testimony is going to be, I hope, short and to the point. Greg Moore from Americans for Prosperity had in his testimony some things that I think were misleading. He talked about exclusive representation and said it's a choice for unions. I would refer you or just suggest that you might want to go to the National Labor Relations Board website, and I'll read you what they say. Your union has the duty to represent all employees, whether members of the union or not, fairly, in good faith, and without discrimination. This duty applies to virtually every action that a union may take in dealing with an employer as your representative, including collective bargaining, handling grievances, and operating exclusive hiring halls. For example, a union which represents you cannot refuse to process a grievance because you have criticized union officials or because you are not a member of the union. So it's really important to understand not just how people feel about this, but what the law says. Unions are required by federal law to represent everyone regardless of their membership status. Thank you. I'll take any questions.
Well, thank you very much. Any questions from the committee? Seeing none, thank you very much, Mrs. Shaver. Cameron?
Okay, the next person I have is Dexter. Dexter, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Thank you.
Okay, great. You need somebody ought to check with your computer folks because they're gremlins. I mean, I signed up before the hearing started, but anyways, my name's Dexter Arnold. I live in Nashua. I'm a New Hampshire native. I strongly oppose SB 61, and my opposition draws on family experience. My father and grandfather were New Hampshire natives. They were lifelong Republicans. They were also local union presidents. They worked full-time jobs as a printer and machinist while serving as union presidents. They believed in personal responsibility and did not confuse individual rights with wanting to take a free ride on someone else. And they certainly would have felt it inappropriate to make free rides state policy. Personally, I was vice president of a local union, but unlike my father and grandfather, we didn't have a fair share clause for our union. But when they had problems, non-members would come to us and draw on the union's resources. There's one case that sticks in my mind. A new hire who was severely misclassified so that she would have lost several $1,000s a year and been ineligible for health insurance benefits. When she talked to management, they dismissed her complaints. So she told us what was going on. We worked hard on our case. We wanted her the proper classification. We wanted her the right pay. We wanted her health insurance. And we were able to do so because of new contract language that we had made a bargaining priority a year before. That's representation. And negotiating and enforcing contracts are what's covered by the fair share clauses that Senate Bill 61 would outlaw. But our local did not have a fair share clause. And so this particular person was content to remain a free rider and to contribute nothing for her representation. But I'm sure that if she'd had another problem, she would have contacted us for another free ride. That's the open shop reality that should not be imposed on New Hampshire workers by a legislative mandate that interferes with negotiations between New Hampshire workers and New Hampshire employers. I urge you to vote SB 61 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your testimony today. Karen?
Okay, so the next person I have is Dave Juve, who I'm fairly certain was a different bill he spoke on, and I don't believe he's spoken on this bill yet.
Okay.
Thanks, Cameron. You're correct. I had spoken earlier on the nursing mothers bill. Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, thank you very much for the opportunity to comment. For the record, my name is Dave Juve. I'm a Senior Vice President with the Business and Industry Association. We are here in favor of Senate Bill 61, and I guess I feel like I should make it clear, we are a New Hampshire-based organization. I live and work in Concord. We have not accepted any type of funding from any out-of-state right to work support organization. So I feel like it's important to declare that up front. I have 2 points to make, and I'll make them quickly because it's been a long day. The first point is we all know that New Hampshire and New England in general is a high cost of business region. Business taxes are higher than the rest of the country for the most part. Housing is higher than the rest of the country for the most part. cost of living is higher than the rest of the country for the most part. We have a lot of negatives in terms of attracting business. One negative that we have that can be easily corrected is to make New Hampshire a right to work state, because there are companies around the country that won't even consider our state because they are only looking to locate or expand in right to work states. This is something that New Hampshire could easily do at no cost. And being the only New England or only state in the Northeast to be a right to work state, I just think it is economically the right thing to do. My second point, there have been several speakers who've been opposed to this bill who've mentioned chambers of commerce. The BIA, as you all know, is the statewide chamber of commerce, as if we have some kind of lock on people becoming BIA members. Now, we have about 400 members throughout the state, some large companies, some very small companies. We do advocate for them at the State House, but in a sense, we advocate for all businesses in the state. All businesses in the state are not forced to be a part of the BIA or any other chamber to get that advocacy done for them. We have to prove our value. We have to prove our value every day for our members and in order to recruit new members. And we don't really understand why labor unions wouldn't have to do the same. I mean, you've heard a lot of testimony today from labor union members who seem to be extraordinarily happy with their unions. And I think that's terrific. So I'm not sure why they are so concerned that this bill is going to lead to the death of organized labor in New Hampshire. I just don't understand it. We haven't heard any indication from union members that there's unhappiness with being in the union. So that concludes my testimony. Thank you for the opportunity, and I hope you will support Senate Bill 61.
Thank you very much. Cameron? Oh, we have a question. We have several.
Senator French. Just a quick question, Dave. Thanks for joining us today. I heard over and over people saying $8,000 to $10,000 less pay on average in right to work states. But when you take into consideration the cost of living in other states, is the real wages the same?
Well,
We're
Senator,
a state with high wages in New England. So if you're in a South Carolina state making 10,000 less, that could be comparably more money.
Senator Gannon, I understand the question. I have to confess, I don't have the data to respond to that, but I will note that Lisa Shapiro, a noted and respected economist here in the state, speaking in opposition to the bill, noted that there are a lot of factors that can factor into this. And the criteria that you mentioned, that the cost of living is much lower in those states, is one of those factors that could be contributing to that.
Thank you.
Any others? Senator Susie.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Juve, could you tell me why this bill doesn't amount to interference between employers and employees? If employers want to unionize so that they only have one entity or one group to negotiate with, why shouldn't we allow them? Why should government interfere in that relationship?
Yeah, I'm glad you asked that question, Senator Susie, because I've been a little mystified by this. The whole collective bargaining process was brought about by the National Labor Relations Act. So government has already intruded itself into this process. Government is at the heart of the process. And I don't understand the leap that people are making by the state of New Hampshire passing legislation that would allow members in a closed shop to opt out of paying either union dues or agency fees to be somehow some government interference. I just don't see that connection.
Thank you. Cameron?
Okay, the next person I have speaking for a first time is Greg Murphy. Greg, you should be able to unmute yourself.
There I am. Can you hear me?
We can.
Excellent. I've modified my talking points a couple times since this morning, so it'd probably be a lot briefer than I anticipated. But Chairman French and members of the committee that are remaining, I'll give you a quick background. I'm a retired Manchester police officer of 22 years. We were unionized, and I am now steward for the Teamsters Local 633, and I represent the police department support staff. We are unfortunately living under the Janus decision. So this is indirectly related to the right to work bill. And I must say that it's a very difficult proposition to have to represent union members who refuse to pay their way. They get full benefits, they get the insurance, they get the pay raises, but they do not contribute. That's what I see on the horizon with the right to work. And it's unfortunate that we have to even have this conversation again. I will tell you that I think you should oppose this bill. It's not good for New Hampshire. I'm a Republican. I rarely vote Democrat, but I do when I think the candidates are correct, and that's the way it should be. But I am a Republican, and I would really encourage this committee to take a hard, strong look at this right to work, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you, sir. Any questions? Seeing none? Cameron?
Okay, the next person I have going to speak for the first time is Dennis O'Brien. Dennis, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Excellent. Yes, my name is Dennis O'Brien. I've worked for UPS for 27 years. I'm a proud Teamster that whole time. I want to point out, and hopefully Senator Reagan's still listening, that I am from Deerfield, New Hampshire. I'm frontline worker. For the past year, I've been working 60, sometimes 70 hours a week, delivering critical medical, as well as all the other packages to make sure that people can stay home and stay safe. I take my job very serious, and I'm very proud of what I do. I came here today to speak because I was concerned with the timing of going after labor, any attack on labor, on the working people during a pandemic right now. Not because anybody's asked me, just because I was concerned. I want you to know I'm riled up now. I'm very riled up, and it's because of the slap in the face you gave me after I put you in office. Many here have stated, and I want to talk about some of the things that were, some of the numbers, but I'm going to be very brief. We've talked about lower wages in right to work states. We've talked about less health insurance in right to work states. We've talked about the safe work conditions diminished in right to work states, but we also have talked about the divide. We're willing to accept a divide in the workplace for the possibility of attracting a company that we can't even name at this point. The possibility. We're not going to listen to the workers of our proud state over the possibility of attracting a company, maybe. My job relies me on getting along with coworkers. We need to work together. They need to be able to pick up the phone if I need help. I pick up the phone when they need help. I don't think during a pandemic, especially, or any time, that we need to introduce any legislation that would create an intentional divide in the workforce. I urge you to vote no on this bill that is obviously fueled by corporations and not the hardworking people of New Hampshire. I want to say one thing that is very concerning to me, that Senator Reagan said, those that will benefit from this bill don't even know who they are yet. Senator Reagan, those that could potentially be hurt by this bill, we sure know who we are. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien. Any questions? None? Cameron, thank you very much.
Okay, there's one person with their hand raised who I'm sure haven't spoken for a first time, and I believe that's it.
Okay, Arnie Albert then.
Great. Hey, good afternoon, senators. Great to see you. Thank you for your attention. My name is Arnie Alpert. For the record, I live in Canterbury, and that means that Senator French is my senator. So good to see you again, Senator French.
Good to hear you.
Yeah, it's good to be here. It's been a long hearing. Most of what I wanted to say has been said, so I won't be repeating. It does look like you've got some conflicting testimony from economists, so I hope you'll take a close look at that and try to figure out what is the truth. It also looks like you've gotten some conflicting testimony about the issue of exclusive representation. I think that Jan Schaefer's statement recently straightened that out for you. Dave Juve made reference to closed shops. He should know, and you should know, that the closed shop concept is now illegal under the law. So you don't have to pay attention to that. And I also hope that if Mr. Juve is still listening, if he's advising out-of-state businesses about whether or not they would locate in New Hampshire, that he makes sure that they understand that if the workers form a union, they are still bargaining collectively, and that the union and the workers cannot impose agency fees or fair share fees upon an employer who does not want to have them as part of a collective bargaining agreement. So we can dispense with arguments such as that. I was here at the beginning of the hearing a long time ago this morning, senators, and I heard Senator Reagan. Now I want you to know that I first testified against right to work in 1983. And I have been at most of the hearings. That means I think I just missed one. I think it was 1979 was when this started. So I haven't missed many of these right to work hearings. And I've also been to a lot of other hearings. The statement I heard from Senator Reagan today is quite disturbing, and it's unlike anything that I've ever heard at one of these hearings, or in fact at any hearing. Senator Reagan told you not to listen to the people who came to testify, and instead to listen to what he imagines would be the testimony of people who have not taken time to study the issue and come before you. That is not the way the legislature is supposed to work, and I believe that you will agree with me on that. Please listen to the statements, the heartfelt and well thought out and rational statements that you have heard from person after person after person from all over the state, from all walks of life, who are urging you once again to reject this concept of right to work or right to work for less. I hope that you will vote inexpedient to legislate. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Arnie. Any questions from the committee? Thanks again.
There's one more hand who hasn't spoken for a first time. He's
Okay.
identified in the Zoom as Chris Pipefitters 537. You should be able to unmute yourself.
Yes, I just want to say, resident of Laconia, New Hampshire, and I want to say all to you, thank you very much for taking the time to listen to all the concerns. I am a union member. I understand the value of collective bargaining. I think this is just not a sneaky way of trying to work around. But I think you've heard enough testimony. I've been on the call all day. It's important to me and to my future. And I commend you guys too for doing what you're doing. And just stay the course. And that's all I can say. I think you've seen this before, and I think we'll see it again. But I think it's the workers of New Hampshire have spoken. I'm just going to leave it at that. All right, guys. So God bless and be safe and good luck.
Thanks, Chris. Appreciate it.
Yep.
Okay, we have one more speaker, and then no, one more. That's it.
Okay. Paul, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Morning, Chairman French. And
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chairman French and members of the committee. My name is Paul Ells. I'm a resident in Spofford, New Hampshire, an independent voter. I'm a veteran, and I'm a registered voter. I probably already said that. Proud union member of Teamsters Local 633 and a concerned taxpayer. Right to work for less provides no rights and no work to anyone. Never has, and it never will. What it does do, basically say, you can get something for nothing. Union provides professional representation and services rendered, and the employee does not have to pay their costs. I don't know about in Virginia, but here in New Hampshire, we call that theft of services, which is a crime. Deceptive right to work laws hurt everyone, have lower wages and income, have lower rates of health insurance coverage, have higher poverty and infant mortality rates, invest less in education, and have higher workplace. Before I close, I'd like to say, I don't understand how you people can enact a bill and never call the constituents that you put in office to ask how they feel about the bill. I don't get that. I encourage you all to vote against SB 61, the so-called right to work for less. Thank you.
Thank you, Paul. So Cameron, we have two more hands raised. I'll give them a minute each, just to be fair. And then we'll wind this down. Call Rick, please.
Rick, you should be able to unmute yourself.
Thank you. I've already spoken. I forgot to lower my hand down. Thank you.
Thank you, Rick. Call Mike.
Mike, you should be able to, yep, there you go.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to thank the honorable senators for the opportunity to speak here today. I'd like to thank Cameron for the great job he's done all day.
Me too.
My name's Michael McCarthy. I'm a 27-year member of the Republican Party, 22-year member of the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, and have served 4 terms in the New Hampshire House of Representatives. As a union member, I oppose SB 61 because I believe it to be detrimental to organized labor, much the same way people in the restaurant industry would reject right-to-eat legislation that require them to feed people who are not paying customers. As a Republican, I reject SB 61 as unwanted legislative intervention in private industry. The 2018 U.S. Supreme Court Janus decision has already imposed right-to-work language on public sector unions. Bills like SB 61 would only be impacting private businesses. Normally, Republicans would say this is literally not our business. As a Republican, I also oppose right-to-work legislation because I believe there is no groundswell of support for it in New Hampshire. When the issue was brought forward in the 2010 and 2016 sessions, hundreds of people attended the hearings in vocal opposition, with relatively few people voicing support. To our detriment, we ignored this, leaving the voters their only other option to voice their displeasure, and that was at the ballot box. In 2012 and 2018, there was a reversal of fortune for the majority party. We need not see a repeat of this in 2022. In conclusion, if I know that SB 61 faces tremendous opposition from the people it claims to help, and if I know that legislative intervention in private business is something that is not favored in New Hampshire, and finally, if I know that many perennial bills are said to have had their day and right to work had decades and should have been set aside long ago, but I now move SB 61 in expedient to legislate. Thank you, honorable senators. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Representative. So, no more speakers. I'll close Senate hearing on Senate Bill 61 is closed. We won't be taking a vote today. Senator Kavanaugh could not stay with us, and I do want him to be part of that vote when we do it. So if there's no objections, that's what we're going to do. Senator Bradley. Unmute yourself, sir, so I could hear you. Excellent.
Would it be appropriate to take up Senate Bill 69? I think Senator Susie had an amendment on that to correct a typo.
Senator, should we have a vote to go into executive session if this conversation continues?
If we decide to take this up, yes, we will. Thank you, Cameron.
All right, I'll move we go into executive session.
Second.
We have a motion to go into executive session by Bradley, seconded by Senator Gannon. All in favor, Senator Bradley?
Aye.
Senator Susie?
Aye.
Senator Gannon?
Aye.
Senator French? Okay, go ahead, Senator.
I would move, I think it's the Susie Whitley amendment. Do I have that correct? and it is amendment 0064 on Senate Bill 69.
Do we take up the bill first and then amend it, or what's?
All right, so Cameron's telling me I'll move on to pass on the bill, Senate Bill 69, and then, you know what, we'll let Senator Susie make the motion on her amendment. How's that?
Sounds
I
good.
will second the motion on the underlying bill.
We have a first by Bradley, second by Susie. All in favor of Senator Bradley?
We
Aye.
have to do the amendment.
Oh, we want the amendment first?
That motion is just to open the discussion.
Okay, got it.
Yes, I would like to move the amendment, and now I don't have the number in front of me.
Donna, it is 0064.
0064.
64.
And all the amendment does is fix a typo that was in the draft on page.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Then we'll have a vote.
Who was the second on that motion?
Senator Bradley was. Senator Bradley,
Yes.
Senator Susie,
Yes,
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
and Senator French says yes. Do I have a motion on the bill as amended?
you have one.
Second.
On to pass by Senator Susie, seconded by Senator Bradley. Senator Susie,
Can we have discussion for just a sec?
we certainly can. I'm sorry to rush you. I was just tired.
I know we've had a long day. I just want to say that I think that Senator Whitley and Senator Perkins Cuoco, who sort of spearheaded this bill, did a really nice job of trying to pull all the business interests together. I know that there are still some lingering concerns, and I brought one to Senator Whitley's attention this morning. I'm going to ask her a question to clarify on the record the intent of the bill as it may relate to a business that might have more than 6 employees but multiple locations, and that they could be considered under the hardship language. I think the work that Senator Whitley did on hardship is broad enough to cover businesses that would have a hardship. And so that's why I think they did a good job. I think Dave Juve should be complimented for having done a good job to try to bring people together. This is having worked with Kate Frederick for quite some time, this is a pretty important issue. I think Senator Susie knows it well. And I'm glad that, that we can pass it. So I apologize for having to have a discussion, but.
No, it's quite all right.
Had to.
Okay.
If I could just add, without repeating Senator Bradley's remarks, that this has been a work in the making over many years. Senator Fuller Clark did years worth of work as well. And I do think it really strikes a good balance. The fact that everybody is just a little uncomfortable with one part here and there means that there's really been a lot of thoughtful deliberation with parties on either side, listening carefully to each other and addressing those concerns. So I think this is a very good piece of legislation.
Thank you. And I'll add also, this has kept me up nights, many, many nights, and I'm so glad we can put it to rest so I can sleep soundly. Are we ready for a vote? We are. Senator Susie.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Bradley.
Yes.
And Senator French says yes for good night's sleep.
Senator French, who do you want to take that bill out?
I'll have Senator Susie take that out if she would.
While we're in executive session, Senate Bill 68, I think we'd probably be better advised to wait a week or so until hopefully the question that was raised by Ms. Racklin can be worked out with our folks, Ms. Malaki in terms of the language before we vote on that today. Is that all right?
I think that's a good idea. Do I have a motion to come out of executive session?
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
Seconded by Bradley. All in favor, Senator Bradley,
Aye.
Senator Susie,
Aye.
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
and Senator French says yes. Well, you want to just stay online or do you want to adjourn for the day?
I move that we adjourn.
And seconded by Bradley. Senator Bradley,
Yes.
Senator Susie,
Yes.
Senator Gannon,
Yes.
and Senator French agrees. Yes. Thank you all very much. I appreciate you, Cameron and Aaron. You did a great job. We pushed right through it. We heard a lot of testimony today. That's very helpful. And I appreciate everyone who took the time to comment on today's legislation. Have a great day.
Thank
See
you,
you tomorrow.
everyone.
Thank you, Senator French.
Thank you.
And thanks to Cameron and Aaron.
Thanks, Cameron and Aaron.